Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the 2025 Tasmanian State Motocross Championships here in Cambridge, Hobart. We have such a big lineup today: MX1, Junior 125s, MX3 65s. Alongside me here, we're happy to welcome the 2012 Under-19s Australian Supercross champion and analyst of the day, one Cale Makem.
Thank you, Robbie. Awesome, excited to be down here in Tasmania. There's three things I know about Tassie. It's the 25th largest island, it's got the cleanest air in the world, and it does have a good healthcare system, as Robbie likes to keep reminding me that I visited back in 2017. But reminiscent of 2017, we're looking forward to some good battles out here on the track. Something similar to what I believe you had with Brodie Ellis back at Oatlands in 2017.
Yeah, 2017, very colourful year for me. Managed to pull off the Pro Light and Pro Open state championships with a lot of competition by the young fellas, Brodie Ellis, my mate, being one of them. Let's throw it back to you though, Cale. I'm going to put it back on you, man. What happened in end of 2016? Why are we down here, man? You're down for, was it straight rhythm, was it?
Yeah, it was the straight rhythm, and speaking of Tasmania, if there's one thing I could change about that trip, it's maybe just shortening the triple by about 2 metres at the Rhythm X back in 2016. So that one didn't end too well for me, but we're here to view some racing myself and get in the booth. It's going to be a ton of fun.
Awesome, man. That's good. Let's get to it then.
Oh, boys, give us some action.
Number 14.
Oh, there we go.
Chris. Oh. And we're on. Look at him go.
We've got a bust up. We've got a bust up.
Things are getting rowdy down here at the start. MX1.
Beautiful. Let's go, Robbie. What do you reckon?
I reckon we've got a good lineup of guys here. Looks like some names and numbers that I used to race back in my day. All them years ago. Going through the rider list. Sam Bell, number 3. Number 4, Seaton Broomhall. 6, Ryan Williams, Giraffe number 1. Number 11, Charles Brett, Bucket. 12, Jack Byrne. 14, one of the oldest people in the field, Christopher Hall. 19, who we have camera on now, Zach Dennison. Number 20, Bailey Davies. 25, Jason Gibson. 29, Daniel Young. 41, to the rider Zach, Alex Williams, Giraffe number 2. 43, Harry Barber. 46, Hugh McKay. There we go past Jack Byrne. 76, Jack Burden. 89, Tate Cottenham. 217, Oscar Weeks. 227, Alex Terry. 310, Brock Hutchins. 616, Tate Young. 791, Callum Penny. 51, Jordan Bradford. 184, Jamie Sullivan.
Awesome. So we are tuned in here to race number 1 of the day. It is the Sunday, so we had the MX2 riders on yesterday. We've got MX1 here today. This is the top of the field, and I think it's pretty cool because we're going to find out who is the fastest rider currently living in Tasmania. Is that right?
That is right. In the MX state of things, this is where it's at.
Beautiful. Let's go. Now, not to throw out any predictions too early, but who are you looking at? Who's your eye on?
My eye would always be on Bailey. I remember racing him back in the day. There's not many years that Bailey's missed. I dare say he's probably got, in my eyes, he's going to pull it off today.
Beautiful. Well, we've gone down and had a look at the track. It's absolutely perfect right now. There is a little bit of rain forecast in 1 or 2 hours or so, but looking at this Tasmanian weather, I don't think it's too predictable. Oh, we've got someone down here.
Someone down in the practice session of vets.
I believe this is the vets class. Can't quite pick his number up there. Doesn't appear to be too well. Oh, no, he's up and moving. Good to see a bit of sportsmanship there. It's always nice when someone lifts your bike off you.
That's exactly right.
Who have we got? 88. Is that H8?
118 in vets class.
I need some glasses. Jacob McKinnell we've got there. Jacob McKinnell. He appears to be up. His peak's still on. That's a good sign. They usually get blown off in a big accident.
That's right. .122 heading past there. Cameron Britt, a name that I know all too well. Been racing him since 2009.
What part of the track there? Is that that's just before the double, so heading towards the end of the lap there. I wonder how he crashed. He's in the middle of a flat straight, which isn't ideal. I'm going to guess a bit of a high side.
Yes.
Right, we're back to MX1 on the line here. This is going to be one of the most entertaining races of the day. It's always exciting. You want to come out and set the tone early. There's a bit of camaraderie between the boys, as you've seen there. They seem to be in a little bit of a tussle earlier on.
Yes, I do believe we've seen 2 giraffes going at it, Kale.
That's strange. I didn't realise we were at the Tasmanian Zoo.
No, and didn't realise they could ride bikes either.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We're about to find out.
Learn something new every day here in Tasmania.
It is. It is. How tall are those boys? 7 foot?
Oh, I think actually 8'4", actually.
8'4". That's impressive. That's impressive. That might set a new world Guinness record.
It is.
I look forward to watching them ride a bike.
They certainly make them 252 strokes look like 85s.
Now, I've got a question here, Robbie. How do they do the gate pick in Tasmania?
It used to always be by peg pick.
They seem to be very spread out.
Yes.
It's an interesting first corner here. We are heading straight into a right-hand turn, which for those that are a little newer to the sport, your back brake is also on.
Also on the right-hand side.
Also on the right-hand side. I am very bad with my left and rights. Also on the right-hand side, which means when your inside leg comes out, you do lose the back brake, which does lead to a little more carnage in the first turn. Now, we don't hope for any crashes, but as far as it goes for viewing, it certainly will be something that gets our attention.
It's certainly entertaining, Kale.
It's certainly entertaining. We may see a bust up in the first corner again, just leading to those right-hand turns. I've never seen a statistic on it, but I do believe there's a few more accidents in them.
Always is.
Alrighty, let's go and get excited. Who was your pick again, Robbie?
I put my number on Bailey Davies.
Bailey Davies. Well, I'm going to just pick one out here randomly. I'm going to go one of the Giraffe Boys. Which one's the top pick, do you believe?
Giraffe Boys. We have Ryan and Alex Williams.
Yep. Ryan's got a lower number, so I'm going to go with him.
Oh, younger brother Alex, I reckon, has his measure today.
Okay. We're going to find out. We've got some star jumps at the back there. Good idea to warm up, particularly here in Tasmania. It is quite cold. As somebody from the mainland, I did pack shorts and a shirt, which was a mistake.
Have you actually worn them yet, Kale?
No. Very good. So we are here at the Cambridge Circuit. It is actually right next to the airport, which is pretty cool. You may see a few planes flying out in the background. It's a fantastic facility. Got the hotel across the road. You're about 2 minutes from the airport. The subway. Pretty much everything you need to have a good day. Dirt bikes and a track.
Really close to the capital city, Kale. Really good location. Just looking on screen now, we do have Hugh McKay, number 46. Australian Pro Motocross regular. Finished just outside the top 10 only a few weeks ago. Will he be a factor in this?
Then we've got Seaton Broomhall. What bike is he on there? He's running the all black.
All blacked out Yamaha, Kale.
All blacked out Yamaha. Nice. Love to see it. Love to see it. Who else have we got there? Number 20.
20, Bailey Davies. On the inside.
Now, I do believe Bailey has competed in the Pro MX over in Australia, the MX Nationals. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
He does finish in the top 20. So he'll definitely
310, Brock Hutchins.
Now, Brock did finish P2 in MX1 last year, so he will be gunning for the top spot, and that is his goal this weekend. So we'll keep a good eye on him. Finishing runner-up, you always want to go one better and get that win. And he has listed that as his goal. Word for word, verbatim. Goal for 2025 is to go one better than runner-up. So he's got a pretty clear goal. We'll keep an eye on him. That's Brock Hutchins. Going back to Seaton Broomhall, he's been riding since he was 4 or 5 years old, which is about as early as it gets. He's been a part of many state rounds. He's had a decent list of injuries, fractured back, both at Oatlands. So we'll hope for some better luck here today, as well as a dislocated shoulder and collarbone. He also has finished second quite a few times in Tasmania and scored some points at the Supercross in 2023, which is pretty cool.
Here we go. We're about the start of the gate drop for MX1.
Let's go, race one. They are on and they're away. Who have we got? Whoa, straight out to the left there. Was that the 46? Was that a Hugh McKay?
46, Hugh McKay.
Nice, they're into that right-hand first turn.
And it looks to be Hugh McKay with the whole shot.
Nice scrub there. He set that corner up well.
In second, Brock Hutchins. Bailey Davies back in the back of the pack. Charles Brett in third.
Down from there, we've got Christopher Hall in 5th, Alex Williams in 6th, 7th is Ryan Williams, the Draft Brothers. We've then got 791, Callum Penny, number 12, Jack Byrne, and Oscar Weeks rounding out the top 10 there early in the first lap. Hughes seems to be separating himself a little bit already.
He is. Brock Hutchins on his case, though. He's going wide in the back corner there, looking to set something up.
I mean, there really is nothing better than hole shotting the first race of the day. Getting a bit of clean air, getting out amongst it. You get to pick your own lines. You're not getting roosted. It really is a bit of an advantage when you can get that first hole shot of the day. Similar to having a coffee in the morning, it just sets the right tone, doesn't it?
Sets the tone, gets you going on the right foot, clear vision, especially early on with the mud.
We've got a nice split lane there. That's cool. Often split lanes aren't too even, but you see there they both worked out really, really well. That was cool. Nice few doubles on this track. Hugh was looking aggressive there, attacking that down ramp.
You've always been a very strong animated rider, but it's always paid off well for him. He's always put in the work.
Very quick, but does tend to crash every now and again. Does tend to crash, but a lot of speed. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Speed to burn.
Speed to burn, as you're seeing there, wheeling through the ruts, which is always a little bit of a risk, but he handled that one well. All right, now I'm interested to see, are they doubling this? Because it is quite big. So for those at home, that's about the length of a triple, with the down ramp about a quarter of the size. Now, we did see a couple in practice clear it. We'll see what we get here in the racing conditions. You do not want to leave that inside line open, that's for sure.
No, that outside turns into the inside on the next corner, so that can be a good place to set up, and also could be a very dangerous spot if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Now, Brock is keeping Hugh in tow, so I think we're going to see a bit of a battle here, maybe towards the end of the race. Who would you say is the fitter rider with a bit of local knowledge?
Local knowledge, it'd be very hard to go past Hugh McKay, especially being an Oz Pro MX regular.
Okay.
Here we go, Zach Dennison, Jason Gibson, Chris Hall, Bailey Davies.
How good is that dirt right now? That is absolutely perfect. You can't beat conditions like this.
Only a little bit of rain just to sprinkle down where it's a little bit dusty is the only thing can really improve on the conditions right now. The Cambridge track crew have done a sensational job looking after this track.
Fantastic job. It's not often you get a track where it's not muddy, but it's not dusty. It's just in the middle from the get-go. Usually it's one or other first up, and it gets better during the day, but this is perfect. How good's that split lane there? I really, really like that.
Good split lane. Gives yourself a couple of options, especially on a track that always tends to be a little bit one-lined at times.
That's first. That's in now. Got ya.
Nice, good technique there from Brock. Very good. A lot of outside lines I'm noticing here.
Yeah, especially early on when the inside lines are developing, and they do tend to tighten up, have a little bit of a hook in them notoriously.
Considering it's only race one, it is pretty choppy already. There's a few ruts developing, but I think the track's going to get pretty rough here today. So for those viewing at home, it is a bit of a slower paced track, which will put an emphasis on suspension as the day goes on. The slower you're hitting the bumps, the stiffer your suspension will feel. And as you see, it's already starting to get pretty choppy. It's going to come into play. So these boys' bike setup will make a difference. What, Hugh's on a KTM there and Brock's on a Husqvarna?
Yes, I believe so.
So being on the European models, they will have a little bit more flex with the frame. So they are more suited to a track like this. Whereas you'll get the Japanese model bikes are a little more suited to the high speed, slower, more wallowing bumps.
Why is that, Kyle? Is there a difference in the frames?
There is. So basically what I compare it to is if you think about a mountain bike where they've got front and rear suspension, if you try and cycle it on the road, it's very difficult. You lose a lot of speed because it's dissipated through that energy going up and down. Whereas a road cycle, they make them completely stiff and rigid, no suspension, and they're very uncomfortable, but you can go quicker because all of that pedal power gets put straight into the rear wheel, increasing your speed. Now, with motorcycles, the flames will flex. So they'll either be rigid or they'll move a lot. And depending on that is how basically everything else is set up. So when you hear a professional rider going testing, usually the first thing they'll do is either set their bike up to have a lot of rigidity or not, and then they'll work on from there. So the European models are known for their flex, which is perfect for a track like this.
Well, top three all European bikes. We have Sam Bell in 4th, Charles Brett in 5th. First of the giraffes, Ryan William in 6th. Coming down the list.
So just speaking of Ryan Williams there, he has had 18 years worth of experience racing state rounds. That's quite impressive.
It is quite a long time, been in the game a long time.
That's
Grew up racing, Ryan.
Very good. His favourite track is Smithton, and he is 6'8", to clarify. That is impressive.
We were close with our predictions, Kale.
8'6", 6'8", same.
It's all the same. The weather's all different from up there, though, my guy.
Yeah. Knees above the handlebars. He's very tall. But riding that motorcycle exceptionally. All right, who have we got here on screen? Number 11. This is Charles Brett. Now, you don't see too many Kawasaki's in the field these days, so it's good to see one there up towards the front. And shout out to Bike Works there. I know they're a local shop, Kawasaki dealer. I would assume he may get them from there.
Yes.
Hopefully I didn't get that wrong. I don't think there'd be 2 motorcycle dealers in Tasmania, would there?
Oh, yeah. There is actually, Kale. There's actually more than 2 motorcycle.
Impressive.
Yes, quite a few, actually.
Awesome. Now, I do believe these races are 20 minutes long. Is that correct?
Yes, 20 minutes plus a lap.
20 minutes plus a lap. Now, for those watching, that is quite a long time for a motocross race. Now, for professional races, like the top level you'll ever see is 30 minutes plus 1. For a state level or regional level, you usually get around 12 minutes, 15 minutes plus 1. So cool to see a bit of a longer distance race here. And those boys that do race in the Pro MX, the national series, will definitely have a slight advantage there, being used to the longer formats.
Yes, for sure, Kale. Really working 30 minutes hard on a motorcycle is a lot harder than what it seems.
It certainly is. So for those that compete in other sports and know a little bit about the data, so an average motorcycle rider's heart rate during a 30-minute moto will be around the 180 to 190 range, which would seem impossible to most. You would think you're probably about to have a heart attack. It's incredibly high, but the reason it is so high is, one, because your breath is a lot lower. It's harder to breathe when you're riding, as well as the adrenaline component. So that will boost it. So something I know for myself when I used to race Pro MX was that my heart rate just on the start line would be around 110, 120 beats, which is kind of crazy. And then you go and add on how physical motocross is, as well as the mental component. It's a very, very demanding sport.
Here we go on screen, Zach Dennison.
Broken femur, pelvis, and dislocated hip. I wonder if they were all in the same injury, because that is quite a list.
It is quite a list.
He may walk in a bit of a circle now.
Depending on whether it was all left or right side.
Well, speaking of my Rivermax crash, I can confirm I do walk in a little bit of a left lean at the moment. The broken femur. Alrighty, so how are we looking out the front here now? We've got a 7-second difference between Hugh and Brock. Hugh's lap time is he's about 0.7 quicker than Brock, so they're not too far apart. You may be seeing the fitness of Hugh here starting to separate the gap a little bit, because speed-wise they're pretty similar. They set their best laps in lap 4 and lap 3, so they've taken a little bit there to warm up. And we do have their last lap times. Hugh was a 42.9, Brock was a 45.4. That would indicate that Hugh is starting to open up a little bit of a gap here.
Starting to stretch it here, Kale. So talk us through the lap times and why they're differing, and talk to us a little about how the track actually breaks down and develops over this probably first moto.
Yeah, so what you'll usually find is a motocross race, you'll typically break it down into 2 components. You've got your sprint lap speed and then your fitness speed. So your sprint lap speed will be the first 2 laps. It's an all-out sprint. You try and separate yourself from the pack, get a little bit of a gap, and then you settle into what you would say is like 90% of that sprint lap speed, and that would be the fitness component. Now, it would appear that Brock had good sprint speed at the start. He was keeping up with Hugh for sure, and now they've settled into the sort of longer distance duration pace, and Hugh's starting to make a little bit of a distance there. As far as track-wise goes, being the first lap of the race of the day, they will still be feeling it out a little bit. Typically in these conditions, you're just trying to find traction, because when it has been watered, whether heavily or light, that will make the biggest difference earlier on in the day. So most of the lines are pretty good. It's just whether you're hitting a bit of a boggier spot or it's starting to dry out already.
I see Hugh out there searching for lines. He's usually got a nice line that he sticks to at the moment. Where he finds a good smooth line, he'll be sticking to that for as long as he can. And when that line starts to go away, he'll definitely try to search for a little bit more smoother line. Now he's out front and got a little bit of a gap.
You'll notice he's taking a lot of these outsides, which is a wise move. You can carry a lot of pace and slingshot around. He's going to go outside here again. Nicely done. But what will typically happen is that may be the quickest line now, but let's say by the time they come out for the next moto, it more than likely will not be. And that is the trickiest thing about motocross. It evolves and changes every single lap, and you do have to be quite vigilant with your line choice.
Going there, Hugh. Still sticking to a lot of outside lines. That also gives him a little bit of heads up to have a look around the track. He can use some peripheral vision, sort of suss out some insides as the track goes. As the insides start to dry out, they will start to gain a bit more traction on the insides.
What's your thoughts on the over armour of Hughes there, Robbie?
Always a good sign, mate.
Always a good sign.
Can't go wrong with safety gear. I do believe you've had a few arguments in the past about people with safety gear. I think specifically knee braces, actually.
I mean, look, if we're going to go with a preference, I would recommend the knee braces. I'm not sure who else you're talking about there that would ever recommend knee guards. There's not anyone I'm aware of. But, yeah, I think if we did a survey, we'd probably get 90% of riders with their knee braces on today. So always a good idea to have the knee braces on.
That's right. Why are we pro knee guards?
Pro knee brace?
Yes, knee braces.
Pro knee brace. For me personally, if we're going to actually dig into it, it's actually to grip the bike. So I say this and people look at me very funny, but I'd rather wear knee braces than a helmet. Now, obviously, that's a bit of tongue-in-cheek, but the reason being is if you don't have protection on the inside of your knees, as in a hard surface, you will tend to not grip the motorcycle. You'll ride with your knees outwards a little bit. That will transfer down to your feet. And you ride a motorcycle with your feet. That's where all the strength comes from. And typically, if you're wearing those little plastic knee cups, you've got those feet spread out like a bit of a chicken. It ends bad. It doesn't end too well. So that, for me, is the reason I wear knee braces. As far as actually injuring your knee, it's not... I mean, you can do it in either set. As long as you've got something on. There's nothing worse than seeing a loose pant around the knee area.
There's nothing worse than that, Kyle. On screen just before, Tate Cottenham are having bike issues there. Seems to be back going again.
Alrighty, we've got the 310 on screen again. This is Brock. You can see, so a clear way to see if a rider is suffering a little bit from the fitness is the elbows. They will tend to drop as the moto goes on. You get the sore shoulders there, and you will see they are starting to get down a little bit. Nice into the corner there. Good line choice.
Oh, they're much better than me, Carl. That first lap, man, I'm telling you. I could probably throw a helmet on and maybe match these guys for the first half a lap. Everything after that, though, elbows would be dropped quite considerably.
Well, speaking of, I did hear somebody brought some gear for you this weekend.
Interesting.
Interesting. Is there a one-lap dash? Is that at lunchtime, was it?
I think so. There were rumours of it.
There were rumours of it? Okay. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Back on screen with Brock Hutchins. See him starting to flirt with an inside line there.
A little bit of a shout out to Adam there. You can see him on the infield holding the camera.
Yeah, shout out to Hitman Productions for putting this stream live, giving us the opportunity to be up here. Getting this out to the people.
Beautiful.
On screen, 14, Chris Hall, oldest rider in the field.
Oldest rider, but geez, he's looking good. I love the black and white combo there.
Perhaps one of the fastest DILFs on track, actually.
DILFs on track. Would you like to explain that a little more?
Yeah, so he's a father. So an unofficial scoring system is bragging rights. Who can be the fastest dad out on track?
Nice. And DILF is just a term for dad.
DILF is a term for dad. It's actually Dad, I'd like to fly.
That's very interesting. Alrighty, we're back to, we've got was that the 220 on screen there? 217, that might have been Oscar Weeks. We've got heading around there. We're going to check back in with the lap times. We've got Hugh down now to a 44.6 on his last lap. Brock is sitting at a 46.5. So not much of a change there. They're still about 2 seconds apart.
We have 5.5 minutes of this race remaining.
So right about now is where that lactic acid will be building up, and they'll more than likely be feeling it either in the lower back, if there's some of the older fellas, or in those legs. And you will tend to see them start to sit down a little bit more. Now, for those that have ridden the motorcycle, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
For those that haven't, you are wrestling over a 100 kilo machine, throwing your inertia forwards and backwards, especially in this MX1 with these big bikes. Bigger the bike, the more momentum. Faster they go, harder to pull up.
Correct, spot on. So something you'll note, the difference between displacement, so this is the MX1 field, the 450cc. The MX2 field, which is basically just the only other class in this level, is 250cc. Now, the weight between the two bikes actually isn't too different. It's about 5 kilos, so not much more than a full tank of fuel. The biggest difference is that displacement, so the inertia, as you mentioned, Robbie. When it's starting and stopping, you've got more force moving in the engine, which means you've got to be a lot more accurate, and it takes a lot more strength to navigate a motorcycle track. And that's a really key difference between a 250 and a 450. So you can get around the track correctly when you're not, say, a stronger rider, but it does require a lot of precision because there's a lot more force at play.
If you are to get a little bit of out of shape, Kale, what are the consequences of such a thing of the 250 compared to the 450cc motorcycle?
Yes, well, that's a consequence I've found the result of many times. But what will happen typically is if a bike will kick left or right, you've got basically double the energy going left or right, which will then take in turn double the strength and double the skill to return it back to you. So in an ideal scenario, you will ride a 450 a little more gentle, and you'll try and not get it out of shape and just use the power and flow around the track a bit more. Whereas a 250 machine, they do require a bit more energy and effort. So you've really got to pump them and push them around the track to get that power out of them.
Here we go, Hugh McKay coming up through the field now.
Nice.
He's coming through to lap the field. Here we go. Here's a good shot of the different split line, different options we have.
Very nice.
Notoriously, the longer these riders can stand up, even in going into the corner, the more control you should have over a bike. Obviously, when you sit down, you're a lot closer to the ground. You're going to feel a lot more safer. Having said that, you will feel the bumps a lot more. You're able to absorb some of the bumps on the track while standing up. This is why you see someone like Hugh try to stand up just a little bit further into the corner than most of these guys.
He's looking really strong here, Hugh. Something I'm very impressed with is his feet on the motorcycle. So ideally, you do want to ride on the balls of your feet, on the toe. There's many reasons for it, but something you'll see here is Hugh is executing it almost perfectly. And we'll get a good view of it coming into this next right-hand turn. Whoop, less a mistake there. I want to just keep an eye on the balls of his feet, on his foot pegs. So as a coach, you'll probably spend 80% of your time watching the feet. We're going to look at his outside foot here coming in the turn. See if, he decided to sit down on that one, but you see it right up there on the ball of the foot. That's perfect.
Really good foot position out of Hugh McKay there. Look, Jason Gibson just there, just foot slightly different position. And here we have 217 on screen, down. One of them soft corners, most likely on the inside.
Oscar Weeks.
Still these inside lines, still very rutty, but still developing. Here on screen, 791. And it looks like one of the giraffes out there chasing him down. Here we go, Alex Williams, 41.
There is advantages to being a taller rider, but I'm going to say on a more tighter, slower paced track like this, it would be a bit of a disadvantage. A lot more effort and energy to move around on the motorcycle. But if you were to, say, go to a fast-flowing sand track, you could swing off the back of that bike and really use that extra leverage to your advantage.
Yes, definitely, Carl. And Alex, obviously being one of the larger people on the field with his brother Ryan. If we do happen to get the rain that is forecasted today, the long legs on those giraffes really do paddle them well through the mud.
That certainly will help. That certainly will help.
Knowing the Williams brothers well, they are really good mud riders. Especially being, and they're on a 252 stroke as well here today, as opposed to the 450. So as my number one analyst, can you take me through what the biggest difference is between the 2-stroke and the 4-stroke?
So the biggest difference, there is a big weight difference between the two as well, but mainly it would be that central inertia, so the force in the engine. There's a lot less rotating mass in the 2-stroke, which does make it a lot easier to handle. They feel a lot more nimble, lighter to ride. And then obviously they do have the power band as well. Now modern 2-strokes, they're not too far off being a 4-stroke. Personally, what you'll find is that the 2-strokes are a lot more fun to ride, simply because they're a lot easier to ride. They do have a lot more power, but they do require more precision. So if you are in the wrong gear, you do take the wrong line through the turn, you do get a lot more punishment for it. But fitness-wise, they're also a little bit of an advantage as well, just having that lighter weight, especially when you're almost 7 foot. Or is he going to double?
Oh, no.
Nearly. I thought that 2-stroke power was going to send him straight over it then.
Analyst, am I pronouncing that right, Kale?
It is, mate. Yeah, that's how I like to be referred to. Correct.
Yep, okay.
Yep, thanks, mate.
I wasn't sure in Victoria whether they pronounce it that way or not.
To the best of my knowledge, that's correct.
As we go past on the line there, we have MX3 on the line, starting to gear up. We are just gone over time here, so when we go past the next time around, Hugh McKay will be showing the white flag.
Just looking at the lap times here again, Hugh is maintaining a nice 46-second lap time. The gap has stretched out to 18 seconds. So I'm not sure if there might have been a mistake there by Brock.
Going through on screen, just going past there. Seaton Broomhall. Up here we have Alex Dennison. 43, one of the Barber boys. Harry Barber. KX 450.
Now, Seaton just set the second quickest lap of that last lap around, but he is in 10th. So I'm not sure if maybe there was a mistake a bit earlier on. But he's certainly finding pace here towards the end.
He is. On screen here, Harry Barber. Sponsored by Barber's Sawmill, Scott's Motorcycles and Cycle World.
I'm going to guess Harry may have had a crash.
Two more motorcycle manufacturers in here. Two more bike shops in Tasmania you did not know of, Carl.
Very nice. I've mainly seen the inside of the Launceston Hospital on my trips to Tasmania.
Okay. Glad we're able to expand on your horizons here, man.
I'd much prefer to be in a bike shop. Alright, you can see a bit more of a relaxed posture there from one of the Williams brothers. Would appear to be a little bit of fatigue setting in.
Shout out to our guys watching at home. Chris Kingston, an old friend of mine. Old rival from back in the day. Here we go, on screen. Hugh McKay.
Notice his right fork guard's come loose there.
It has. Do you reckon that's affecting him at all?
I don't believe it will be affecting him, but I'm just wondering if that is his mechanical prowess costing him there, or did he come together with another rider? It would be distracting.
Maybe some late minute maintenance.
Or lack of.
It's held on there well. It's almost done the distance.
Nice line choice by Hugh.
Almost 23 minutes into this race. When he comes through this time, it should be the finish line flag. Here we go. Hugh knows it. He's bringing it home nice and easy.
Confidence. Rolls it over the finish line.
There we are. Hugh McKay, winner of MX1 Race 1.
And in second, we should still have Brock Hutchins coming along the line. Number 310. Got a lap rider down there. That was number 43, Harry Barber. What's that feeling like when you cross the line after a 25 minute moto?
Usually absolute relief, especially if you are in first place. If you're like me and your arms is as stiff as morning wood, you're quite happy to see that finish line flag.
Indeed. Morning wood, is that a reference to the warm-up in the morning, or what's...
Yes, the strong, stiff wood of a morning. When the timber comes off the line.
As a CrossFit coach, I'm sure you're well-versed in morning warm-ups. A bit of a battle down to the last...
Battle down to the line. Looks like Charles, Brett and Bailey coming across the line.
Coming in hot. I thought he was going to make a move there. No.
Two of the Northwest boys been doing it for a long time now. Not many races have been missed between them two. There we go, wrapping up the rest of MX1 Race 1.
Beautiful. So just to run through the order. In first, we had Hugh McKay. Second, Brock Hutchins. Third, Alex Williams. Jack Burns. Sam Bell. Callum Penny. Ryan Williams in seventh. Eighth was Seaton Broomhall. Ninth, Charles Brett. And in 10th, we had Bailey Davies.
Two giraffes in the top 10, Carl Markham. What do you think of that?
That's it's impressive. It's impressive.
Here we go, on the line now for MX3 Race 1. Cooper Ford on screen.
Now, Cooper Ford is a rider I'm looking forward to watching today. I did watch him at the Supercross. Very, very impressive, particularly for a rider of his size. So it is, you would say, a little bit of a disadvantage in the juniors being a smaller rider, but it is a little bit up to chance. So when these riders will hit puberty, they'll typically go through a big growth spurt, and that will affect their speed a lot. Now, with Cooper being so good while he's still so young and so small, I'm going to say this kid's got a bright future, particularly the way he adapted to Supercross. That was quite impressive.
Here we
late
go.
last year. Here we go.
We're on. 30-second boards up. And it's sideways.
5-second gate drop. Let's go.
We're off.
All right, where's the whole shot coming from? They're looking across. Ooh, Cooper is flying in from the outside.
That's a little bit of rain on screen too.
He
Makes a
nearly held it
bubble.
up. And he's held it.
Cooper Ford in first, 72. Jacob Brewer. As we come across the line for the first time. 15 minutes plus a lap. Cooper Ford, Jacob Brewer, Toby Garwood, Tyler Cousins, Brody Faulkner.
All right, now I believe Cooper was racing yesterday, and he did have a very good day. Did he go 5 for 5? Possibly.
I do believe he did.
Are we getting a little bit of rain on screen there?
Yes, I believe we are.
Oh, wait, that is going to test the boys out. Now, the track is absolutely perfect now, so a little bit of rain will not help it at this point. It will make the viewing even better. It does make it exciting, a little bit slipperier, a little more action. So keep an eye out for that.
Well, if we do get rain, where's the number one place that the rain's going to affect the track?
Typically, those areas that have dried out and gone a little bit slicker already, they will turn to ice straight away. So these up ramps, you will have to be a lot more cautious, particularly the down ramps as well. Maybe a bit less scrubbing and whipping action. But I think the turns, the track is quite, it's deep reaped, so it will take a lot of water to really affect the track in general. But those jumps, you'll certainly see a bit more caution on them.
Here we go on screen. Cooper Ford, hometown of Hobart. Quite a list of accomplishments. He has been coming through the field. A clutch move, you could say, Kale.
Is he going to go for it? Are we going to get it on screen? Oh, not yet. Not quite. We'll hold out for that. It is doable. It is doable.
In practice, we did see Cooper Ford trying out that line and jumping all the way over, stretching it on that little 125. As you mentioned before, Carl, being smaller and lightweight. In ways that can be an advantage on the flip side. Being so lightweight on that bike.
I'm very impressed in the way he navigates the bike there. You can see it moving and dancing around. He seems really, really confident in it, but probably mostly with his, I call it track IQ. So I've noticed a couple times here he's used the bumps to his advantage. Most typically, most obviously what I've seen was through the rollers. You'll notice there's quite a few ruts at the end of them, and he actually used the last roller to just bounce over them in general, which is something you do have to do as a smaller rider. If you try and wrestle the bike around and hit every rut and bump, it does become quite difficult. He's already picking up on the good lines around this track.
Here we go, already one rider having bike issues early on, number 128.
Haven't got him showing up on live timing here. We do have a 2.8 of Keita Diprose, possibly. Might have been running a bit lean today, maybe.
Yeah, very frustrating. The elevation differences, especially with these two-strokes that are still carburetted, they can get very, very sensitive to the air.
Correct.
The air they take in. Like anything in your first race of the day, there is nothing worse than having an issue early on.
All right, so I think we're going to get Cooper through these rollers here. Just have a watch on this last one. We'll use it to bounce straight over the mud there. That was a perfect way to execute it.
Really good execution. Even through that corner, we can see if he does it here. Can he keep his leg up the whole way through?
Thinking about it, you can see the track getting quite choppy already. It's going to get interesting towards the end of the day. I'm really impressed with how he lets the bike bounce around. Typically what you'll find is riders will hit a level where they can go very, very quick, but they get uncomfortable when the bike moves around, and that will be the peak of their speed. Whenever it does dance around, they'll typically slow down a little bit because it does come uncomfortable. You can see Cooper is hopping, skipping, sliding, moving around. It's really, really cool to watch.
Really, really being efficient on the bike, saving a lot of energy. And when you are young, it's very, very important to be able to maintain as much fitness as you can. The easier it is to ride that bike around the track, the more energy you can save. And on screen, we can definitely see that it is starting to rain. The umbrellas are up on the start line.
We've got the kids warming up there on the start line. How good's that?
Star jumps are happening.
Very good. Love to see it.
Information passed down by the generations.
Morning wood.
Morning wood for all. Back on screen, Cooper forward.
Now, Cooper's last lap time was a 1:56.5. That is rivaling. Jeez, someone needs a dictionary. Rivaling the MX1 boys there. So towards the end of that moto, they were running 56s themselves, and Cooper is now running a 56 as well. So quite a good pace he's setting there. And on the smaller displacement bike. Now, on a tighter track like this, it can actually be a little bit of an advantage to have a smaller displacement. Although I would say between a 125 and a 450, not an advantage. Maybe a 252 stroke or 4-stroke would be
a nice size
ideal.
in the middle.
Correct. Alright, who's we got on screen here? So the running order now is Cooper Ford, Jacob Brewer, Toby Garwood, Brody Faulkner, Tyler Cousins, RJ Penny in 6th. We've then got Antonio Di Vigilio. 8th is Paddy Rose. 9th, Cooper Jenkins. 10th is Keydart Dip Rose. So that was not the rider that exited earlier.
Well done on their pronunciations, Kale. Just going down to Brody Faulkner, number 4. Why does that name ring a bell?
Brody Faulkner. So for those that were here yesterday, Brody won a 110. Now,
You're joking.
Now, I know you wouldn't believe it, and it's funny you bring that up. There is some guy over on the mainland that does like to give away motorcycles, and I think he made his way to Tasmania, which was interesting to see. So,
Okay.
Congrats to Brody on winning that one. He does have a new 110 in his ute or his van or back home in his shed.
How on earth did he do that, Kale?
It's interesting you mentioned that. I've heard about this thing called a key hunt challenge.
Key hunt challenge.
Where this mysterious man from the mainland does take a couple keys and hides them out on the track, and the kids just run out, and all they've got to do is find the key. Now, once they've found the key, they do have to win a game of paper, scissors, rock. And, I mean, it would appear that Brody won it.
I mean, you've sold me up in this point, Kale. I'd love to win myself a motorcycle, but be more specific, please. How does one go about this? You can't just turn up at a track and there's just like the Easter Bunny getting about, like...
Well, the rumour has it there's this 4-letter website. I think it goes MWMX maybe. And when people go on there and they sign up, they get access to an app and lots of giveaways and partner discounts and stuff like that. And I'm just going to assume that Brody was a member because he scored a brand new bike just like 99 people in the past have as well.
Sensational.
I hope to meet this mysterious man from the mainland.
Same. Hopefully one day I get to sit down with him.
Have a chat maybe.
Yeah, maybe have a chat.
That'd be sensational.
Who knows? Rumour goes he might even be an alright bloke.
Cannot confirm.
Previous racing endeavours, I actually raced your national titles here back in 2004, Penguin. And then the next venture I had here, I broke my femur at your Rivermex. I haven't been back since. So I'm going to give away a TTR 110 today. So are you kids excited? Yeah! Come on, give me more than that. Yeah, let's go. One of you is going to win that 110 in about 20 minutes time. Oh, KLX, sorry, I've given away about 20 TTR 110s. Today we're doing a KLX 110. Then we're going to get all the riders lined up that paid to ride this weekend. I'm going to come back, drop the flag, you all run out as quick as you can. Whoever finds the key, you're the winner of that group. What we're then going to do is start again. We're going to get just the MWMX members, so only about 10 of you. Again, on the start straight, I'm going to ride out and hide the second key. You'll all run out again, and the winner of that group will be the winner of that key. Those two winners then go head-to-head in a game of paper, scissors, rock. Go!
You only give away like this?
Yeah, I've done a few of these, done about 10. That was quick. That was way too quick.
He just had a blue key in his pocket and fell out there. Can you go do that again? I didn't get it.
They're not Tassies. Must be good at hide and seek. All right, anyone that's a member, Oh, that's the quickest of it. Maybe I need to get a different colour this next
That was
time.
so quick.
Yeah.
You should have buried it.
You found it? Yeah, that did that well. Jeez, you guys are good at finding stuff. That's the quickest I've ever had. What was your name, buddy?
Harrison.
Harrison, good job. You can keep that now. Do it with me. We're going to practice one. Ready? So it's got to be in sync. Paper, scissors, rock. Yep, we'll do a couple. Paper, scissors, rock. Paper, scissors, rock. Cool. So there's no delay. If I think there's a little bit of funny business going on, we'll rerun it. All right? We good? All right, game number one. Paper, scissors, rock. No, you're one. No, hang on, you're one. I got that backwards. All right, one. If you win this next one, you get the 110. Yeah. If you win the next one, or it's a draw, you go again. All right. Paper, scissors, rock. Oh, you got him again. That's the quickest we've ever had. Congratulations, mate. You get a 110. She's all yours. Alrighty, so we're back here with Cooper Ford on the screen. He is looking good. You can tell he's got the Supercross experience there over that jump. Nice and loose. Not a drama in the world. There's really no better feeling than leading out a race like this. Particularly the first one today. You'll have clean goggles, clean gear, clean boots, clean bike.
Going over this jump, Carl, why is it that he sort of does this little thing over the jump? For those that don't have experience understanding my side, why is he not straight over some of these jumps?
Yeah, that's a good question. So they call it the scrub or the soak. But basically, when your bike goes up an up ramp, the suspension will compress at the bottom, which then means it only has one option, which is to uncompress at the top. So similar to bouncing on a trampoline, it will compress down, bounce you back up. Now, the higher you go over a jump, the slower it will be because you're off the ground for a longer amount of time. You want to get that power to the ground. So what the riders will do is if they turn their bike over a little bit to the left or right, that energy from the suspension will dissipate out the side. So rather than sending them up, they'll be able to maintain a low profile over the jump, get back down on the ground, and speed away a lot quicker. So it's a very popular move, coined by the man himself, James Stewart, the Bubba Scrub. And it's kind of crazy seeing kids do it these days because at one point in time, nobody had ever done a scrub until about 15 years ago. And now you'll come to a Tasmanian state title and you'll see them left, right, and centre. So it's very cool to see the evolution of the sport there.
Fantastic. Cooper Ford still not going to be going for that triple as yet.
I think it's getting pretty choppy. So what I'm noticing is a lot of the suspension setups are quite stiff today, quite stiff, which is quite typical on a shorter hard pack track like this, or a slower hard pack track. Basically, if you hit the bump at half the speed, you'll use half the suspension, which with a slower track like this, you're going to feel every single bump because you're not absorbing those impacts. And maybe a few clicks counterclockwise would help here today. Advice from the mysterious man on the mainland.
Up here in the booth, we are assuming that Kale knows a thing or two about coaching and riding. Did you actually ever ride, Kale?
I mean, some have said that, yeah. I keep hearing about this event in 2017 called the Straight Rhythm. I definitely competed there and did do a few others on the mainland and around the world. Watching this track, actually, it does remind me of Indonesia, where I did do a little stint. I lived over there for 6 months competing, and their tracks were basically identical to this.
Okay.
So they were set up basically on a bit of flat ground. They build the track overnight, and not that this one has been built overnight, but a similar area and setting, a bit of a tighter track.
As Kale's referring to, so this motocross track here at Cambridge has evolved a lot over the years. This might even be one of the last state rounds we ever hold here. Here at this facility, all man-made, all these jumps. Just a flat bit of ground that's had dirt brought in and shaped.
Correct. So a lot of motocross tracks will use the undulation of the natural land, I think like Penguin and a couple others in Tasmania. This one's out on the flat. Makes for great viewing and a fun course. I love these berms.
Yes, a lot of these riders are going for the berms. They're staying out of the ruts. It does appear on screen that we don't have any more rain. There is more forecast this afternoon, though.
So in an ideal scenario, the quickest rider will most likely have the highest average speed. So they'll not be the ones that are slowing down and speeding up the most, but just carrying the most consistent speed. And the berms do aid to that, particularly on a tighter track. You can avoid that starting and stopping momentum a lot more. And the way these berms are shaped, they're a little bit steeper and a little bit lower, so you really can hook in and steer around them quite nicely. When they are just a gentle slope, there's not as much to turn off. But these ones are quite nice. Supercross berms.
Inside line there, taken by the 511. Back to the outside.
And what is that red motorcycle?
Red motorcycle. Believe that's a... Is that a Honda?
Is that a Honda? Is that the red motorcycle?
Ah, no. Do believe that's a gas.
The gas. So for those tuning in at home, each motorcycle is a different colour. We have the orange KTM. The blue Yamaha. And that they make up about half the field.
They do, Carl. 125's been a two-stroke. There's only a handful of manufacturers that still make them.
This is correct.
Orange KTM, and under the KTM umbrella, you have a white Husqvarna, also a red gas. The only other manufacturer making a two-stroke currently is Yamaha. There's really not a lot of choice.
I'll tell you what, though, I do get sucked into those Facebook posts where they say, but every year it just never seems to come.
No, it's all alleged information. Do believe there may be a Kawasaki two-stroke on the horizon.
Yes, but there is no room for the truth on the internet, so you do have to be careful what you say.
That's right. Now Cooper Ford, about to start navigating some lap riders. So he will have to change up a lot of his lines here.
How good is the sound of that bike?
Oh, sensational. Back in the day, the grassroots of motocross.
Correct.
On screen, we can see the rain is definitely there.
Oh, a new line there by Cooper. He's got to be careful doing those sorts of things. I do speak from experience at the River MX. The track was quite soft, and I did try and go somewhere where nobody had been all day, and I basically hit a bog hole on an up ramp. So as he navigates his way around these riders, he will have to be a little bit cautious to, one, not make contact, but two, also keep it on two wheels, especially earlier in the day when all of the track has not been worn in.
And especially when the track starts to get slippery too. Here we go, split lane option.
So something there that my coach Greg Moss would have referred to is don't be a try hard, work smarter, not harder. And a lot of that does come down to the line choice. So you can sort of bulldog and bully your bike around the track, or you can just be a little more precise, a little more particular with the lines that you do take, and it can become quite easy riding a motorbike around a rough track. But you don't want to make it any harder than what it has to be. And that involves avoiding the bumps at all costs.
Number 113, just on screen there, Cooper Jenkins. Last name that does sound all too familiar. I do remember his father, racing his father, Darren Jenkins, all the way back in 2009. First year of seniors. He'll be 43, one of the Barber boys.
So Cooper has opened up a 22-second gap over Jacob Brewer, and then we've got Brody Faulkner a further 44 seconds back. So a bit of a spread out field here. We'll hope for a few battles later on the day. We may have to give Cooper Ford a bit of a handicap off the start line. And speaking of a handicap off the start line, I'm not sure if you watched round one of the Wonthaggi Pro MX. A Tasmanian previous rider, Jed Beaton. Another rider that could do with a handicap. Absolutely dominated that weekend.
Yes, Jed Beaton, one of the biggest talents to ever come out of Tasmania in recent history. Still representing Tasmania on the Australian stage. Current points leader in the MX1 Australian Series.
There's been quite a good amount of talent come out of Tasmania. Now you've got Matthew Phillips, world champion in the Enduro class. Cooper Ford's a current Australian Supercross champion. Remember Dylan Leary back in the day?
Leary, yes.
Dylan Berwick, for those that know that name, I'll be showing my age there.
It was definitely a hard time growing up when you had a handful. If you were around that age gap, like this one commentator is, it was a tough time growing up with those boys.
Alrighty, on screen there we had Tyler Cousins, number 222, sitting in 6th position. He's chasing down Antonio in 5th, number 71. So we do have a bit of a battle there for the top 5, which is important. If you can get it in the top 5, you've still got a chance at the win at the end of the day.
That's right. Especially with these rainy conditions, and anything can happen.
How's the line choice there? Very nice.
Cooper Ford looking ahead, trying to see. Lap rider giving good way there.
I love the way he's jumping the bumps into the turns. Very wise, particularly at a young age.
In this race, time has finished. So Cooper Ford either have 1 lap to go or this will be the final lap.
He's got a very relaxed stance on the bike. Reminiscent of Jet Lawrence.
Yes, for those at home who do not know who that name is, Jet Lawrence. He is one of the best generational talents that's come out of Australia in recent history.
It's actually interesting. Greg Moss will attribute Jet's relaxed style on the motorcycle to being very small on bigger bikes as he grew up. He only had the choice to stand in the middle. He couldn't swing over the front or the back. And Greg will say that played a lot into Jet's development. So jumping up on bigger bikes at a smaller age, he learned to use his legs and get the rhythm and the timing down pat. And that's pretty much what we're seeing with Cooper here. He's not too far over the back. He's not too far over the front. Simply by his height. And he's using the motorbike perfectly in the middle there. So if you stay, you can ride a motorcycle quite balanced in the center, but it does require a lot of skill. So rhythm, timing, balance, things like this. And he's executing it. Good to see.
Still standing up, late to the corners. Bit of style for the fans.
Oh, yeah, he's feeling it.
That's what we like. That's what we want to see.
Standing around the turn there. Beautiful, as you mentioned. It's nothing better than a victory lap. 29 seconds in the lead. Watch him jump this last bump again. Beautiful. Straight over the mud.
Elbow still high, as you mentioned, Carl. He still has energy to burn.
He does. I will notice in this next left-hander, his outside elbow may drop. We'll have a watch. He's on cruise control. Now, the reason for that is that the throttle is on the right-hand side of the motorcycle, and when you do twist it, your elbow will tend to drop. So something I noticed a little bit before. May have to keep an eye on it.
He'll be getting a talking to by his coach. And there we have it. Cooper Ford, winner
Lovely.
of Race 1, MX3.
Perfectly done. Alrighty, we're here live at Cambridge. So I'm here with Robbie Nee. We're in the booth. We're having a bit of fun. We've actually got the track right out here to our left. We can see it from where we're commentating, as well as the screen here in front of us. Big shout out to Adam from Hitman Productions and the entire crew. We're having a bit of fun, aren't we?
We are. Really having a bit of banter trying to go through these races. We're just going to recap them quickly now. MX1, our winner was Hugh McKay. And bring it down to MX3, who we just had on screen, Cooper Ford.
What have we got up next? Do we have the 65cc or the Junior 125? We've got a ton of action on today. So we'll be live streaming 4 different classes. I believe 4 or 5 rounds of racing.
Yes, 4 or 5 different rounds of racing. There's a big day ahead of us.
And as we go on, I believe we're going to loosen up a little bit and the banner might increase. Is that correct?
It may do. Very, very well may do.
I'll follow your lead, mate. Alrighty, Robbie, we are back on with the 65cc class. Now, this is the future generation. There's not too many on the line there. We'd love to see a little bit more. So if there's anybody at home watching, you can pick yourself up a cheap 65 for about $2,000, $2.5. You don't need a brand new one. I do recommend getting out to the track. I believe Cambridge is open as a ride park, so you can come out here and feel it out a little bit. The general way you would enter the sport is just head out to a coaching day, hit up some ride days, and then find your way to a club day, maybe then a regional, and you're on to your state events like this one. Do you have regional events in Tasmania?
No.
Excuse my ignorance.
It's okay. As a mainlander coming in, we'll forgive you this one time.
I know you got one bike shop, but...
It's actually more. It's actually like 3. On the line here, just going through the rider list. 14, Vance Hall, son of Chris Hall. 21, Noah Williams. 56, Ash McPherson. 58, Archie Phillips. 63, Henry Hammond. 125, Lockie Davey. 187, Parker Sullivan. 215, Leyland Myers. 216, Thomas Schuyler. 52, Theo Hall. 263, Nicolela Merchant. 816, Jax Hughes.
Good rating there, Robbie.
12 riders. And as we can see on screen, the rain is starting to come in.
Alrighty. Shout out to the parents. The older I get, the more I realise how much of a sacrifice that it is to take your kid motorcycle racing. And I'm just reminiscing on that right now as they stand there in the rain. We've got 2 umbrellas, but the rest are coughing it. But there's nothing better than seeing community sport at play. So it all revolves around those parents giving their kids a chance.
And as the forecast says, we are meant to be expecting some rain coming in now, as we can see on screen.
And that will make mum and dad's job even harder.
It will. Talk to us a little bit about what the mud does to the actual bikes, Kale, when the mud sticks to the bikes.
There's 2 elements. The track will change, so we'll get a little bit slipperier, but probably what will make the biggest difference is, just as you mentioned, the weight of the motorcycle. So as that mud sticks to the rear guard and under the front mud guard and under the engine there, the weight will increase, which then means you will need more strength and more control. So when that bike leans left in a turn, it's really going to go left, and you'll have to wrestle it back up straight and vice versa. So it's kind of funny. When you do a mud race, you're traveling at about a quarter of the speed, but you will actually use probably double the energy, just because you're wrestling that bike around, and you'll be really, really fatigued after the race. And that was something I actually found out when I did race in Indonesia. It pretty much looked like this every single time. It will be a mud race, and very fatiguing, although you're pretty much just rolling around.
More weight on the bike, less momentum, more power, more demanding from the motorcycle.
Correct. So from a technique aspect, you want to try and maintain that flow around the track and ride the track in a taller gear. So you don't want to be over-revving it. You don't want to make it any slipperier or more difficult than it has to be. You kind of want to just ride around like a bit of a tractor, flow around the circuit, no starting, no stopping, just a gentle, easy idle. And the taller gear you're in, the more likely you will get traction.
Green flag going up there, 2 minutes.
Geez, that brings back a bit of bloody trauma. The bike not starting on the start line. Dad kicking it there.
Yes,
He's got it going.
Number 56, Ash McPherson.
Nicely done. The kid, he's excited. He's ready to go. There's nothing worse.
Heart rate will be through the roof at this point.
Number 52, he's doing a warm-up. Good on you, buddy. Alrighty. Now, we've seen a few hole shots so far come from the outside in. 21 looks like he's quite prepared here. He's got the jacket on there.
Noel Williams. He's
Noel
prepared.
Williams.
He has the rainproof jacket on top. Here we go. Riders clicking into gear.
He's also got the roll-offs. I'm predicting a hole shot.
Here we go. 30-second board sideways.
Good. Ooh, he nearly looped out there. Don't be doing that. He's held on to it, though. Ooh,
Here we go.
Nearly. Nice one up the inside there.
On the Yamaha. Out with the hole shot. Over the jump in the rain, seeing the track for the second time this morning. But the track will be completely different to their practice.
Nicely done. So we've got coming through here. Leyland Myers in first. Ash McPherson in second. Noah Williams in third. Theo Hall. Fifth is Nikolai Merchant. Good start there by the boys. And it is bucketing down now. Quite heavy rain. Now this will be a challenge for the kids. It will be really good for about 2 laps.
Yeah, you mentioned roll-offs before, Kale. What are the roll-offs?
Correct. So the roll-offs, there's 2 types of systems for the goggles. You can have tear-offs or roll-offs. I do think they banned tear-offs. Some environmental stuff.
Yes, certain tracks have cut downs on tear-offs. Tear-offs, for those listening in, are a plastic film that you can pull off your goggles to give yourself a clear set of vision for the race. However, being environmentally friendly, the tear-offs create a problem with their plastic pollution. So a roll-off system is what a lot of people have implemented. The way that works, you pull the string, your rolls on across your face, so you have a clear vision in the center of your vision.
Correct. So you basically get to grab your hand, wipe your goggles across, make it clear again and go. But they just do it by pulling a little zip line on the right-hand side there. But they are notorious for breaking. So what will happen is a bit of mud will get stuck on the lens. They'll pull it, and it will pull into the roll-off canister. And then you'll start to see these streamers hanging out the back. Now, they are not for entertainment. That means that rider likely cannot see where they're going, and they've had a roll-off malfunction. That's getting deep there. That's getting very deep. We're going to see some nice ruts towards the end of this day.
Now, if these bikes look small to you at home, that's because they are. These are kids. This is 65cc class.
We've got Leyland Myers out in front. And look, we might have another runaway here. Just looking at the gap he's already opened up. That's a big gap he's already opened up. Go Leyland. 50cc state champion. 65cc state champion. His favourite track is St. Helens. Facts, bush bash cars. Not sure what that means. Is that a Tasmanian term I'm not up to speed with? Bush bash.
It would be bush bashing.
Bush bashing. Is that the paddock bashers?
Yes, that is.
Bush bashers, paddock bashers.
See there on the up ramp there, there's a little shiny spot. If anyone's ever ridden a bike home, they would understand that anywhere you see on the track that's shiny is really, really slippery.
Any incidents for yourself on those parts of the track?
Oh, absolutely, Kyle.
Quite common. There's nothing worse than leaning the bike over on an up ramp and it continues to lean to the point where you're facing backwards.
Speaking from experience?
Definitely. Not of late.
Again, are you still riding, Kyle?
You could call it that. Some call it flying.
Okay.
But riding until I'm flying. And then crashing. Jump the bumps. Alrighty, there is a decent amount of rain. So this track in about another 2 laps time will get really, really slippery. And we'll start to see a bit of carnage, I think.
Do you reckon Ryder's going to be aiming for the insides or the outsides?
So something you want to try and do in the mud is if you can get the high ground. So obviously the water will hit the ground and will run down to the lower parts of the track. So you'll notice all of the berms will likely stay drier than the inside of the turns. So what you'll try and do is get up to the top of those berms, stay on the high ground, maintain your speed. And it's going to be really hard to slow down in an instant or speed back up. So you're basically just going to go around the outsides, cruise around.
Try and keep the momentum.
Try and keep that momentum and try and get on the dry ground as much as you can.
On the screen there, number 56, back to Lachlan Myers.
Alrighty, now in that first lap, Leyland Myers did pull out a 10-second gap. But from then on, we do have some good battles. We've got Noah Williams in third. He's only a second behind Ash McPherson in second. We've then got Jack Hughes, Theo Hall, Nikolai Marchant, Parker Sullivan, Lockie Davey, Henry Hammond, Thomas Scolia, and in 11th, we have Archie Phillips. You see the roll-off in play there. He's pulling it. Nicely done. Perfect execution. What you don't want to do is get too excited and pull it a little bit too far, because that is when it will break. And you definitely don't want to pull it too far. Now, shout out to the camera crew. I'm not sure if they know they signed up for this.
I certainly wouldn't only been down here in Hobart, Kale.
You know, interesting fact, Hobart is the second driest capital city in Australia.
Certainly not today. These guys are certainly not thinking that right now, that's for sure.
Second only to Adelaide. I couldn't believe that.
They only have 1 minute 20 left remaining in this race. 7 minutes plus a lap.
You're starting to see the feet come out there a little bit. They're trying to paddle their way through. Not ideal. That's when it starts to become unfun.
There's a very fine point where the mud goes from being thick and gooey to wet and sloshy.
Correct.
We will be starting into that phase. If this rain continues, that's the phase we will be heading towards.
So it does get a little bit funner almost for a lap or two. And then it goes downhill pretty quick.
Oh, big one there.
Big crash there. Who was that? We hope he's all right. Who have we got? He's up on his feet. He's up on his feet.
Thank God he's up on his feet. That's
a little bit shaken up. That was a good dismount. That was reminiscent of the Cameron McAdoo over the bridge.
It was.
With the full gymnastics off the front.
And back to 2022.
And to add insult to injury, he's now getting rained on. But he appears to be all right. Can't quite pick his number up there.
I do believe that was 56, Ash McPherson.
That was our second place rider. He's got the gloves off. He's doing all right. Shout out to the parents that do allow their kids to race. It can be a little bit confronting watching an accident like that, but 9 times out of 10 they bounce back up. They're all good. Builds character. Nothing will toughen you up like a motocross race.
Certainly does.
Or a career in motocross.
And all the gear on certainly helps.
It does. It does. We're going to stay on camera here with our Ash McPherson. Make sure he's doing all right. But out the front, we do still have Layla Myers, and who will now be in second is Noah Williams.
Lachlan Myers, 9 years old, on a Yamaha YZ65 and rides an 85 as well. Started racing at the age of 4. Only been a part of 3 state rounds before. Hasn't had any injuries to overcome. Did win in the 50cc division last year. Favourite track St Helens.
All right. He's getting the attention he needs. Shout out to the flaggies. What a job they do. Out in the rain. They got the coats on. Likely volunteers.
Volunteering for their kids.
Yep. So this sport runs off the back of volunteers. I've been very fortunate to travel around, whether it be coaching, racing, organising events, and what is almost confronting to a degree is that every club relies on about 4 or 5 key volunteers, and if it wasn't for them, there would be nothing above it, because we would have no events to put on and nowhere to ride our bikes. So shout out to all the volunteers that do put their hand up and do it. 9 times out of 10, they're out there for their kids, as you mentioned, Robbie, and it's a lot of dedication to do it. There are many a thing to do in the world today that's quite fun and entertaining, or cheap and easy to do, and they choose to come out here and give the kids the best opportunity at a bright future, which is awesome to see. So in my opinion, motorcycles, or sport in general, are a vehicle for life lessons, and you'll learn no better than the sport of motocross, so it's awesome to see these kids out there amongst it, and they'll carry things with them for the rest of their lives.
That's right, a good shot there of that tabletop. Just showing how slick and slippery that up ramp is. A lot of the kids are using a lot of early momentum to build their speed, so they're not accelerating at the last minute.
All right, who have we got on screen there? You can see it's getting tricky. It's getting tricky. We've got 216. That's Thomas Scolia. Go, Thomas. Nicely done. And coming around now, I think that was our first place rider, Noah Williams, was it? No.
That is. First place rider, 2:15, Lachlan Myers. Time has elapsed, so it will be 2 laps to go, unless he has gone past before the end of that time.
Nice jump there from the young fella. Perfect control. All right, now here's the rider I thought was going to get the whole shot. Nice, he's cleared that one. Beautiful. Oh, you've seen the bike kick out a little bit there. Just a little bit. Do have to be cautious of that as it gets slick. And up next on the line, we have Junior 125 class. Now, this will be a good race. Looking forward to watching this one.
Here we go on screen. Last lap for 365. 7 minutes plus a lap. Because they've went past right before that 7-minute mark. They have been out there 10 minutes already.
Now, the running order is Leyland Myers, Noah Williams, Jack Hughes, Theo Hall in 4th. We've got 5th, Nikolai Marchant. 5th, Lockie Davis, Henry Hammond, Parker Sullivan, Thomas Scolia, Archie Phillips, and then Ash McPherson, who did go down a bit earlier. He's now 2 laps down, and I believe out of the race.
Yeah, it's good to see him getting up and walking off under his own steam. Hopefully he's able to bounce back ready for this next race.
There's a little fella on the Cowie there. I believe is it Archie Phillips or Thomas Scolia? He's having a crack. Good on him. It can be quite daunting doing a motocross race, particularly if you're new to the sport. And I always just think it's the amount of courage it must take for these little kids to get out here and have a crack at it, even when they're not too experienced in the sport. It's quite admirable. So hats off to them. Alrighty. We do have a bit of rain coming down still.
It has slowed down, Kale, but it's still there. It's still present. We are meant to get around about 2 mil within this hour, and that'll certainly keep this track slick. For the riders that haven't been out there yet, it's definitely going to be a lot slipperier than what they had in practice.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a catch-22 when the track does get slick like this. You do want to run softer suspension to make your bike more pliable to the track. You'll get a little more traction, and obviously the speeds will slow down, but then you will get a heavier bike, which will in turn just make the suspension softer anyway. But for a pro rider, to give an example, they will change their settings almost every single race. And for a mud race like this, you may even whack on a paddle tyre. You'll chuck a bit of foam in and around the tight areas of the bike to try and get rid of that mud. And other than that, there's really not a whole heap you can do.
Just on screen there, Theo Hall in the mud.
Yeah, that's Noah Williams there. We've got in second, 21. Coming around. Hold her straight, son. Hold her straight. Nicely done. The 4.44 of Jax Hughes. Now he's in third, Jax Hughes. So a bit of a tight battle there.
All the way down to the line.
Down to the line.
And they've made it.
Well executed. Alrighty, next up we have the Junior 125 class. We've had a few runaway races so far. Let's hope for a bit of a battle in this one, but I do believe Cooper Ford is in here again.
Cooper Ford is in here again with Jacob Brewer, who got second in our last race.
Have you been out? You've been out there racing today?
Yeah, twice.
Twice, yeah. And it feels good.
Yeah.
And how do you feel about racing with your dad?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Is he a bit mean or he's all right? A bit pushy?
He sometimes harms me, but that makes me better.
That's exactly right. It does make you better, doesn't it?
I have a friend in the 85s called Cooper Ford, and
Oh, yeah, Cooper Ford, yeah. And do you like the Lawrence brothers?
yeah,
Yeah. You like watching them race?
Yeah.
Do you sit down with Dad every Sunday and watch the races?
not all the time, but sometimes, yeah. I like my sponsors for and this.
Yeah.
Scott.
And who?
Scott.
Excellent. Who's your best mate?
Probably Parker Sullivan.
Have you got your first trophy?
I've got some at home, but I haven't got any this year yet. But I have got some at home.
Have you been down to the Cambridge track yet?
Yeah, I went to Cambridge yesterday.
Oh, did you? You had a race yesterday?
No races. It was just a ride for fun. And that.
It was a bit rainy yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, but we left before it rained.
Oh, you did. Well done, well done. What are you looking forward to most?
Probably just having fun and riding.
Perfect. Well, we'll see you at Cambridge on April the 5th. Alex, how are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Good. Massive day for you today. How are you feeling?
Oh, pretty stoked, pretty excited. It's been a good turnout. 102 riders so far, so you got to be stoked with that.
Triple digits, baby.
Yeah,
It will get there, I'm sure.
So many smiles though too, which is what we like to see.
yeah.
The new track, how do you like it?
It's good. Dirt. We've spent countless hours just working the dirt, trying to get it to a reasonable standard, and it's almost there. It's almost there. After all these bikes today, I reckon it will be packed in and should be good to go for future races.
And state round starts in April. What are you looking forward to most?
The state rounds are going to be pretty sweet this year. First one being at Cambridge, bit of a home track for me, so very excited.
Was Oatlands meant to be on the calendar this year?
Oh, we had the option, but considering it's our first year running the club, we didn't want to put too much pressure on ourselves and start off with some ride days and then move on to some races later on in the year, which we're going to have an interclub series with Cambridge Moto and here up at Oatlands. So looking forward to it.
And your own prep, how's it been for this season?
Very mediocre. A lot of weird decisions, changing bikes and injuries and all sorts. So it's been pretty full on. But keen to get started for the year.
And two brothers, do we get pretty competitive or?
Look, I think he's got me now. That's the thing. He's too fit. Look at him. He's ripping. He's ripping. But this will be my first year getting back into it, and it's just great to do it with him. You know, it's great to do it for the club. It's great for us to be the ones putting it on, moving it forward, and you know, like we were up here yesterday prepping the track, and you know, just having laughs, doing laps in the tractor, and that's what it's about. You know, having fun.
Would you prefer your dad to be here or stay at home?
Oh, honestly, like.
You reckon the boys could do without you?
Probably not. I get asked a lot of questions, and look, I'm happy to help out anybody, and it's a sort of thing where you want to draw people in and help out as much as you can. And look, I'm there for anyone who wants to ask questions.
It's a bit of both sometimes. I said to him this morning, can we get your 5 minutes briefing thing that he used to do back in the day?
No, it's good to have someone
Well,
to
just
keep
briefing
us.
in 5, that's what it was.
Yeah,
Classic.
good to have someone to keep us in line more or less and give us a hand if we need it. So
So
Yeah.
he's pretty hands-on still as well?
no,
or-
not really.
He told us today that I'm just going to be tinkering today, Zach.
As you can see, I'm already hands-on and trying to help out where I can, but it's I've had my time. It's up to the young boys to step up, and I think they're doing a great job with it.
Yeah,
Tinkering. Got the PA working for us, we heard that, so yeah, he's a good asset to have. All the dads.
Excellent. And who do you think the heavy hitters are for this round, like this year?
oh
Angus Pearce, that's mine.
yeah. Probably the same front runners there were last year, but it'll be fun to mix it up with them nonetheless.
Excellent. Well, good luck, guys. The new Oatlands track, what do you reckon?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's great to have it back on track.
How would you feel about it becoming part of the state rounds next year, maybe?
Yeah, it'd be awesome. More tracks, the better.
Yeah, that's it. And state rounds, what are you looking forward to most?
I don't know. Probably Cambridge. It's my favourite. It's best dirt, best turnout. It's awesome.
Do you get down there very much?
Not really. Being from up north, but still the favourite.
Still a favourite? Excellent. And who do you reckon is your biggest competitor this year?
Oh, it's stacked this year. There'd be 5 or 6 of us. It's hard to say.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Not even
Nah,
one?
not really.
Well, we've spoken to a couple of boys and your name's popped up, so...
Yeah, I know. Nah, probably Sam, everyone. I don't know. There's
Excellent.
5 or 6 people that, yeah, it could be anyone's.
Yeah. And how's the bike prep been this year?
Yeah, it's good. Nah, had a good off season. Everything's going well. Yeah.
How would you feel about the state rounds
Nah,
being
that's
broadcast
awesome.
live?
That's great. The more coverage you can get, the better, I reckon. It's awesome. Get it out there.
Excellent. Well, we'll see you at Cambridge on April 5th.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, guys, we are back after a few technical difficulties and the rain wreaking havoc on the cameras. We are back for the start of round 2, MX1. Kale, Hugh McKay put on a bit of a clinic in that last round. How do you think we're going to go this way?
He did put on a clinic there towards the end, but at the start there was a bit of fierce competition. So I'm not hoping, but if Hugh doesn't get a good start, we will get a bit of fireworks, I believe, because he's going to have to come through the pack. He does have the pace, but there were a few of the fellows that had just as much, if not a little bit more, at the start of the race there. So we'll see how we go on this one. Sorry, Hugh. I don't wish you get a bad start, but it will make for good viewing. So we'll see how we go. Alrighty. So this is MX1 class. This is the action-packed race of the day. We've got all the big boys in here. As mentioned, Hugh does race over on the mainland in the Pro MX. We've also got a few runner-up finishes in the previous years of state titles here in Tasmania. And basically, we get to find out who the fastest motorbike rider is on this patch of dirt today.
Very well said, Kale. We're not far off and getting the gates are up. 2-minute flag has been flown. Here we go. 30 seconds.
Alrighty, so there is a whole shot bonus on the line for this race. So the boys are going to be sending it into this turn. We've got a right-hand first turn, so we may get a bit of carnage. 5-second board. Whoa,
And
that was a
go!
quick shot. They are on. Hugh has got a horrible start. He's way out the back. 310 is coming in hot. Who have we got? The whole shot bonus is going to
Brock Hutchins, 310.
Brock Hutchins, and he finished second in the first race. So we've got Brock out front, and Hugh was buried. I don't know what he did there off the start gate. He must have been tuned into the live stream in his helmet because he did not get a good start.
Commentator's curse on you, Carl Makem.
Yep. Oh,
Right now, we are only down to one camera currently, guys, so we are filming off one camera.
That is purely due to the rain. Better to be safe than sorry as far as the equipment in the wet conditions.
There we go, Brock railing the outside. You're still able to scrub off the jump. Still find a little bit of grip there. And in second, the oldest man in the field, Christopher Hall.
Let's go. Now, we will have all cameras back in a moment's time, so make sure you tune in for the rest of the day. But Brock is out front, and he is setting the pace. Go, Brock, because Hugh is buried, mate. So it's your time to shine. Send it.
Brock Hutchins from Devonport, a long way from home. Making sure he makes the results count.
And he did say his goal was to win.
He's in prime position right now.
I think he's going to take it. I think Hugh will battle through, but I don't think he's going to get Brock. He is looking frisky out front.
He has 18 minutes to go. 18 minutes, 40 seconds.
How's the technique there? Very mature riding. Very smooth, very in control.
The track will be a little bit slick. We did get quite a bit of rain there before, but it's looking pretty good.
Unfortunately for Brock, Hugh McKay is already in second.
That is not good. I may have to take back what I said before. Let's not give Hugh the commentator's curse again and say that he might crash. But he may have a little tip over because the track is a little bit slippery. But he's on the pace, Hugh. He is on the pace. He did win that first race by over 20 seconds, which was pretty impressive. Alrighty. Here we go. They're coming around for lap 1. Look at their kickers there, throwing the bike sideways. You'll notice Hugh had a lot less throttle on the exit of that turn, whereas Brock was pretty heavy on it.
Here we go, 1 lap down. Across the line.
Alrighty, so that first lap, Hugh did cross the line outside of the top 10. He has made his way up to second. Behind Hugh, we've got Alex Williams, Ryan Williams, the Draft Brothers. We've then got Seaton Broomhall, Christopher Hall, Bailey Davies, Charles Brett, Callum Penny, and in 10th, we have Jack Byrne. All right. So Hugh he's creeping up, but I don't know, I've got a good feeling about Brock in this one.
Hugh certainly has Brock in his sights, and it just all comes down to their line selection early on while this track is still wet and just starting to dry out. The rain has just lifted. So this track will gradually start to dry up.
He's looking very aggressive, Hugh. He's riding that bike well. Very impressive. And he did seem to favour in the side of fitness in that last moto. But Brock to have the best chance in this race, he did need to sprint away and get a good gap at the start, which he did do. But Hugh was pretty fierce coming through the pack there. Quite impressive. Quite impressive. Nice inside right.
2 different lines in that corner. Both come out relatively even.
All right, let's see if they jump this mud out. No, not quite. Cooper Ford's the only one I've seen do that so far. With a young fella getting one over the old dogs there.
Both inside line in that corner there.
Oh, you can hear the limiter coming up. So something you'll do in Hugh's position is make your bike very noisy because it can tend to throw that rider in front of you off their game. Sneaky rev limiter into the corner can often lead to a quick pass.
Better line there from Hugh. Was able to miss that kicker, something he picked up on in the first lap. He's just able to inch up now on Brock.
He's also up on the pegs quite a bit, Hugh. So you'll notice his bike is kicking around a whole lot less. Whether that be his technique or a lower RPM on the motorcycle. Could be a combination of the both. So it's a little bit counterintuitive on a 450 machine. As the track does get rougher and you want to go quicker, you do need to rev it less.
Here we go. Hugh has pulled up onto the back of Brock.
He's on it. They're coming around. Oh, bit of a stall there from Brock. Now, let's see if he pulls the old brake check pass, reminiscent of 2017 Oatlands. That was a perfect opportunity to do it. The brake check.
Hugh's right onto the back of him now. He's now going to be looking for alternate lines.
He will be getting roosted here too, which can slow the momentum a little bit. You can catch him in a hurry, but getting past is another issue. Oh, he's going to try and throw it up the inside here. Watch him push. Scrub over the jump. A lot lower there. He's got to charge down. Don't give it up, Brock. And he let him by. Very mature there from the older rider. And now Hugh is at it. Oh, he's got to slip it up the inside.
Brock's taking an inside line. He has inched up on Hugh again.
That was very kind. He could have run it wide there and blocked him off potentially.
Another inside line from Brock, trying to stay on him. He
Good
knows
line.
this is his #1 chance. Stay with him. Try and get your bike in front.
I'm noticing a little more effort out of Brock now. A bit more intensity, like he's trying to grab toe of Hugh and keep up.
Tighter line from Brock there. Finding another line on the track. Opening up the options.
For most riders, it is a more comfortable position being in second. You can see what the rider in front of you is doing. There's no pressure on you. And maybe we'll see a little bit more intensity here out of Brock and he'll keep up. But he is riding exceptionally well.
Hugh, just over a 1 second gap right now. Going back to Alex Williams, still holding in third. Bailey in fourth. Ryan Williams in fifth.
Fantastic. So we're having a look back here in the field. We've got, past fifth. We've then got Seaton Broomhall, Callum Penny in seventh, Tate Young in eighth, Christopher Hall in ninth, and Jack Byrne still in 10th. Just looking at the lap times, Hugh was 2 seconds quicker on that last lap around, lap 3. Both of the boys did their best lap, and Hugh laid down the gauntlet.
So he has got the speed this time around, no doubt about it.
Especially coming from second up through Brock. He's definitely seen what the main line is and able to pick a few lines to see what is working, what hasn't worked.
That is one benefit of coming through the field. You are forced to take different options on the track, different lines that maybe are not the preferable ones. And you can often find better lines by doing that, which you may have just done. Still a lot of berms, though. A lot of berms.
Here we go. In third place, Alex Williams on the 252 stroke. Definitely these brothers have a huge amount of experience in the mud. Anytime I went to pack it up, when it got hard, these guys would be out in it. Both brothers in the shot.
You can see some of these ruts are getting quite deep now. It is getting difficult to navigate your way around this track.
These guys are certainly looking for nice, clean lines. Back in the background there, we have Seaton and Ryan going at it.
Well, we can see how slick it's getting there on that entry. There are a few shiny spots. And he makes that bike just look like a toy, doesn't he?
He does. Really able to work his way and move around that bike.
Does sound beautiful as well. Alrighty, then we've got the number 20, Bailey Davies. So he is on the hunt, and he is a little bit quicker than Alex.
Here we go. Brother Ryan just got passed by Seaton. No love lost between these guys. I know Ryan will be looking to just throw it up the inside. Make his presence known.
We would love to see a bit of bar banging, boys, if you are tuning into this between motos. You want to throw it up the inside?
Right behind Ryan is Tate Young. 3 riders, all in the same shot. Seaton Broomhall. Up the northwest coast, a long way from home.
You see they're a little more cautious on the up ramps this time around with that extra bit of water added. You can see how slick they are from here. I couldn't imagine racing it. Alrighty, these three are starting to tighten up. I think we're going to get a battle on our hands here. This is between Alex Williams, Bailey Davies, and Seaton Broomhall. The last lap around, Bailey Davies was exceptionally quick at 49.8. Alex Williams in third, ran a 50.6. So he is on the hunt. He does have the pace there.
Seaton, Ryan and Tate, all in the same shot, all in the same straight.
Oh, he's about to do the Hugh McKay. He's going to throw it up the inside. Will he make it work? Not quite, not quite. Now we do have a good option in this next turn, inside and outside.
Apologies, that behind Ryan is Sam Bell. Transponder issue there. Sam Bell, 450cc Husqvarna.
Alrighty, our mistake there. We were looking at live timing. And he's showing us 3 laps down, which is not correct.
Yeah. Good camera work there. You can see Seaton Hall's foot position as opposed to Hugh and how it differs.
You can see how choppy this track is starting to get. It's only the start of round 2. That extra bit of rain will soften up the surface, and it will tend to chew out a lot quicker. And these 450cc machines will rip up the track a hell of a lot more than any other bike. And from the start to the end of this moto, it will get a lot deeper, a lot rougher.
Dennison up the inside of Chris Hall.
How good's that 2-stroke sound?
You can't beat it.
If only there was a few more out there. But we do have a couple.
Tate Young, Zach Dennison, Chris Hall, all in the same shot.
Alrighty, so at the front we do have Hugh McKay. He has checked out by 8 seconds now, so he's laid down the gauntlet. He is not mucking around. He's run a 1:45 lap time. That is exceptionally quick, over 3 seconds quicker than anybody else in the field. He's still running 46s now. Hugh has not come here to muck about.
On screen, Zach Dennison on the KTM. Hometown of Hobart. Local.
Favourite track. Shout out to the track crew. We were here quite late yesterday. They were out watering it by about 7, 8, even 9 p.m. at night. So shout out to all of those volunteers that did put in the work. Perfect conditions this morning. And I think that little bit of rain is going to help it here quite soon. Oh, that nearly ended badly.
Kale, take us through. If the track crew didn't do any work to this track last night, explain to us what would be the result of today. So the track would probably be a lot harder today, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so what will typically happen is the track will get deep and it will get rough, and then it will start to harden out and it will form a bit of a crust. Now, once it does form a crust, if you put water on it, it will only get slipperier. It will not get better at all. It will only get worse. Now, you do need to put water on it because you have to settle the dust. So what they'll do overnight is they'll rip it back up, they'll make it a nice soft surface and basically start from scratch again, which is what they did last night. Complete track prep, beautiful conditions, and you would call it a bit more European-esque if they had have left it overnight, and it would have been a nice hard surface with a lot of rough terrain. Can be very difficult to ride, requires a lot more skill. We do have a rider down over the back here. Let's hope that's not our leader. Got the 184 Jamie Sullivan there. He's letting the boys by, being nice.
On screen, Harry Barber from Launceston on the KX 450.
Nicely done. Alrighty, there is our downed rider. He's been bitten by the whoops. Not an uncommon place to make a mistake, particularly when it is wet. If it bounces left, it will typically go twice as far to the right, and then ejecto cedo cuz, and that appears to be what has happened.
There are the roll-offs that you said about before, Kale.
The infamous streamers. That could be what led to the mistake.
That is number 51, Jordan Bradford.
He does appear a bit worse for wear there. Now, it's a good sign when they get up and move straight away, but you do have a lot of adrenaline riding a motorcycle. So you will often find riders will run to safety into the infield and then realise, whoops, I've actually gotten pretty hurt here. Either that or he's just really winded himself. Alrighty, back to the front. Hugh has now got a 14-second lead, so he's still out the front.
On screen now, Seaton Broomhall and Sam Bell. We have lost transponder timing with Sam, so that's why he's not showing on our live stream.
And one of the fastest laps on that previous lap was Tate Young. He did a very good lap time, and he's currently in 6 or 7, so you may see him crawl his way back up through the pack.
Here we go, Seaton Broomhall and Sam Bell. Best battle on track at the moment.
These boys are going at it.
Sam Bell seems to have pulled up on the back of Seaton Broomhall just a little bit there. As we switch back over to Hugh McKay. Oh, just avoiding that kicker on the end of that jump there.
Very wise. You can see him hop and skip into the corners. At this time of the day, it pays to be a smarter rider than a more aggressive rider. You'll see him wheelie over another bump there, hop and skip. Definitely the way you want to go about it. A very experienced, mature rider there. You don't want to be the try-hard. The try-hard is the one that runs in, hits every single bump, brakes as hard as they can, and then has to speed back up twice as quick because they've come to a stop. The ideal scenario is exactly what Hugh's doing there. He's hopping and skipping around the track, keeping his momentum, flowing nicely. Doesn't look that flashy, but when you get the stopwatch out and you do the lap times, it is certainly effective. Smooth through that rut there. That's been given a few some dramas. It seems that inside on the split lane is definitely the preferable choice.
Listen to the sound of them 4 strokes.
We have our injured rider there walking in. He does appear to be okay. Nice line up the inside there by Hugh. So you'll notice the outside of that down ramp is starting to get a bit chopped out. And Hugh's going right up the inside where it's still smooth, still fresh, and getting much better drive into the corner. So once again, better line choice all the way around by Hugh.
See Hugh, feet not even coming off the pegs down there. He's just looking ahead.
He's probably looking ahead thinking, how the hell am I going to do this? Because he has 3 lap riders to navigate.
And they're in their own battle. They don't want to give any room.
And he will have to be smart here. We'll see what he does. He's got one.
Harry Barber up the inside of Chris Hall.
He doesn't appear to be in too much of a rush now. He does have a good lead.
A good roll-off push there from Hugh.
Okay, he's cut one up the inside. Oh, he may face a bit of resistance here. He has. He's not letting him go. Oh, he's just got around. He's had a look down at his bike there, Hugh. Look at his rear shock. He has collapsed his rear shock. Have a look how low that bike is.
That is starting to run lower and lower. Maybe that's a blowout of the rear seal.
Yes, I'm going to almost guarantee Hugh's got a mechanical issue here now. I did see him look down. You're going to notice how low his rear mudguard is to the motorcycle. Now, typically what will happen here is the gas will leave the shock. You'll notice also when it rebounds, it wasn't consistent, and it rebounded further than what it typically would. This is not ideal for Hugh. We're going to see if we can get a bit of a close-up here in a minute.
Hopefully Hugh's able to pick up on that issue before it's too late.
At times it looks okay, but then others it doesn't. So what I'm referencing here is if anybody ever watched AMA Supercross, Ken Roxon through the whoops. His shock let go, let all the gas out, and you basically lose all its compression and rebound. And all you are relying on is the spring. So it will look semi-normal, but it will not react anywhere near optimal. And you do have to be quite careful when that happens. And I think that may potentially be a bit of an issue here for Hugh. We'll have a look at his lap times and see what he ends up doing this next lap around. So Brock is 18 seconds in tow though, so he's pretty safe. He's pretty safe. Possibly probably three laps to go.
Yes, we are 18 minutes into this moto. We only have 2 minutes plus a lap. If Hugh comes across the line, though, at the 19 minutes 58 second mark, that will mean they will have to do another 3 laps.
Is that a beta?
That is.
It is a beta. You don't see too many betas on the track.
No, targeted by Jack Burden on the Beta 450, one of the newer additions to the 450 class.
Nicely done. Clearing that tabletop with ease from the inside. Very good. Dodging that bump. Well done. And that one.
Very good heads-up riding by
Perfect.
Jack. Camera back on Alex Williams here.
Alrighty, so we now have Hugh back in second, it appears. Brock Hutchins has gone to the lead. Not quite sure where we are on camera, but I am tuning into the live streaming here. We have Brock Hutchins in first, Alex Williams in second, and Hugh McKay is in, at worst, third, or at best in third. He's dropping down the order.
He's dropping down the order. So good pickup by our analyst, Carl Makem. Very quick to pick up on that rear.
So he is now in fourth, but still showing as a lap down, so he could be even worse than that. So we're almost going to suspect Hugh has pulled in here. We may have lost Hugh McKay. He's now down to fifth. He's dropping through the order. Sixth, seventh, we've lost Hugh McKay. He is out. Our race 1 winner and race leader has vacated the race. And we are going to suspect due to a blown out shock. So we did notice that there. He did have a look down. It had absolutely zero resistance in terms of compression or rebound. And that is a terminal mechanical failure. And I would not say anybody's error. It seems to just happen by chance every now and again. A washer will blow off the top of the shim stack, or a seal will let go. The gas will exit the chamber, and you will basically lose all the shock's effectiveness. So what a bugger for Hugh there. Let's hope he's got a spare rear shock, and we don't lose him for the day.
There's good battle going on with Harry Barber and Tate Cottenham. There we go, on screen. And Jason Gibson there. There is not much within these guys. All three are on the lap.
So now we do have Brock Hutchins in front, and he's got a fair size lead. So well done to Brock here. He's got the whole shot. He did his best. He hung in it. And it looks like he's going to take home the win here.
He's going to be in it to win it. You got to last the whole distance. That's why we go racing. Here we go. Same straight. Tate Cottenham, Jason Gibson, Harry Barber, all in the same shot.
What a bugger by Hugh.
This is for position.
Let's hope he didn't crash out. We didn't see it anywhere on the track. It would appear that he did just pull in. Just for those watching at home, if you're wondering what happened. And we've got some good battles through the field here.
This is for 10th position. There's a good battle going off at 10th position with all three riders. Harry Barber is up alongside Jason Gibson. There will be alternate lines in this corner. Who is going to come out? And Harry has more momentum around the outside. Well done, young son. He's now eyes on. Only a few more bike lengths ahead. Is Tate Cottenham on the two-stroke, who doesn't have his goggles on anymore. Kale, why would he have thrown his goggles?
That is an absolute last resort. No rider will ever throw their goggles by choice. But if you have lost your roll-offs or your tear-offs and the goggles will eventually fill up from the rider in front of you, the best option is to get rid of them. Now, you will do that as an absolute last resort for obvious reasons. But you can still get around the track pretty effectively, albeit ducking and dodging the roost.
As long as you don't have anyone in front of you. If Harry is able to get in front, Tate will have to fight him tooth and nail as hard as he can. Soon as if he ever gets behind Harry and Harry roosts him, and it is the last lap,
it can be quite painful. Now, you can put up with it, but it does come with a degree of pain because you will be getting roosted directly in the face, likely in your eyes, and you can still go quick, but not for long. So we'll see if we can hang on here for a lap.
and there's nothing in it. Harry's pushing. He's finding some inside lines.
Shout out to Jamie Sullivan there, getting put a lap down. He moved right out of the way of the boys. We love to see that, and the battle continues on. And it's getting fierce. It's firing up here.
Tate's holding on. Harry is coming.
Harry's going to take this outside on the split line. He's getting a bit of momentum. He's winding up. He's pulled back. He's going for it. There is a steeper up ramp here.
And they are side by side.
Let's go into the next turn.
Looks like Harry has the fitness at this stage.
See how they emerge out.
Side by side. Tate's going to fight for the inside here. Harry's going around the outside, standing most of the way. And he has made the pass stick. Has Tate got anything left in the tank to respond? Here's Harry slides there.
Oh, going by the body language.
Side
They're going to
by
fight this one
side.
out. They're on. This next corner is a perfect opportunity to throw it up the inside, as well as the next one. Well, I think we're going to see some fireworks here.
Harry has made a mistake. Tate has more momentum.
He's setting up. He's got the inside.
Over jumps. Goes past.
Oh, it's going to take some defensive riding to bring this one home. He's got it back. And it would appear that Harry has there thrown in the towel.
Harry's thrown in the towel.
He's admitted defeat.
There's not many places to make a pass in these few tight corners on the switchback.
No doubt feeling some
and
arm
Tate
pump.
has fought and through.
Nicely done. Now, running order. First, Brock Hutchins. Second, Alex Williams. Third, Bailey Davies. Seaton Broomhall. Jack Byrne. Tate Young. Charles Brett. Ryan Williams in 8th. Callum Penny in 9th. And Tate Cottenham coming home in 10th. We're straight into the young guns. Well, that was a bit of drama in that one. It's not often you get the race leader pull out with a mechanical.
That is why we go racing, Kale. Up on the line, Junior 125, presented by 4th. Junior 125s, round 2. Notables in this one, again, Cooper Ford, Cooper Jackson, Jacob Brewer. See Cooper Ford on our right, 3 in from the end. Whereas Jacob Brewer on our left, almost all the way to the inside. Top 2 finishing the race. Why do you reckon they've chosen different sides of the gate, Kale?
Can be for a multitude of reasons. Some riders will prefer to attack on the start straight, so that'll be more so taking an outside line and sweeping in with more speed and power. And other riders will choose to go a little bit more defensive, so they'll just try and get position into the corner, as in have the inside, hold it, make sure nobody gets by them, and you'll always sort of guarantee a good start from the inside, whereas the outside is all a little bit more like going for broke.
Cooper Ford, it's all or nothing. 30-second board must be up. Getting ready now. 5-second board. And we're off.
And we're off.
Cooper Ford nice and straight out of the gate.
He's going to sweep around. Will he get it? He has got the outside there, though. He did get in quite early.
One guy down. 2 down. Number 222 out in front with the whole shot award. 74 and 256 down in the first corner. But as we head across the line, Cooper Ford has already taken over for Tyler Cousins, ahead of Jacob Brewer in third.
Quick to the front there, Cooper Ford. We're having a bit of a look behind him there, though. That's not overly ideal. You've got the lead. Look ahead. But he's riding absolutely exceptional there. Good line choices, sweeping around the outside.
These guys, the track will be evolving since the last time they've been out. The track will be getting rougher. Lines will be starting to change in.
It will. So these first 2 laps are typically like a sprint, an all-out sprint. They'll try and get a couple laps in as quick as they can, separate themselves, get their gap, get the best position on the track, and from there they'll be able to settle in. So right now it is all out. And Cooper has executed that one perfectly. Nice line choice there over the jump. What you'll typically find is the fastest rider on the track will be the closest to the edges, and they'll do this to find the smooth ground, to find more traction, and that will typically come by going where nobody else has been, which will likely be as close to the edges as possible, which is what you're seeing on the exit of the landing of the jump there with Cooper. Let's see if he bounces this last hole again. Ooh, a little bit, almost. Are we going to get the triple? There we have our race winner.
Brock Hutchins.
Working on his own bike. Did he tamper with Hugh's bike by any chance? Is he putting away the tools?
Hiding the evidence, you reckon?
It's potentially. I mean, it worked. Whatever he did, it worked.
We might need to keep cameras down on that situation. Maybe he's going to fix his bike.
Maybe, but is that a cover-up? We'll wait and see.
Only time will tell. We'll have to see what the officials say about this.
Well, we'll send our investigators down into the pits. Report back soon. Alrighty, so out the front we have Cooper Ford again, a 1:52 lap time, over 3 seconds quicker than the next. Alrighty,
yeah,
can
good.
we question Brock?
Unfortunate that Hugh had a DNF, but yeah, it happens.
Allegedly tampered with Hugh's bike. Cannot confirm.
Oh, we do have a guy down.
Is that Cooper? No. Is that 712? Who do we have down there? That bike looks a mess. That looks like a big accident. Hopefully we've got a flaggy. So this is just before our finish line. 3 corners before the finish.
We'll have to see if this race will be red flagged or not. He's down and he does look hurt.
Definitely not in an ideal spot there.
This will be a Red Cross flag, which means no jumping.
Let's hope we have somebody up there on that jump. We don't have any riders coming around yet. Alright, one of our fantastic media seem to be all over it. We have got the Red Cross out.
Red Cross flag, no jumping under these conditions.
Not sure who that was down there. Potentially Luca Wright, the number 28 of Luca Wright. He's definitely winded.
Off the end of that last jump.
Good job by the boys here. So when we do get that yellow flag and red cross out, it means you have to stay on the ground, slow down, caution, danger ahead.
Well done by Cooper Ford, taking into account those flags.
So this is a time where the officials will be eyes on to watch any of the riders. You do not gain an advantage during this time. Once they clear the accident, they can speed back up from there, ideally without roosting the rider. But I'm almost going to suspect a red flag here because he does not look well. We'll see how we go. Thoughts with the young fellow. It appears we have Dad running down there now. And we can confirm that is Luca Wright. And we have Hugh McKay on the screen. He's fixing his shock like a true privateer. Fixing it or breaking it, we are not sure.
If he can work on his bike as well as he can ride, we will not have any issues come the end of the day. The alleged perpetrator himself.
See, that's a fantastic way to cover it up.
Making sure that while he's down, he stays down.
If he fixes the shock, he may pull a wire out of somewhere else.
Very good tactic.
Smart.
Is that something you would have done in the past, Kale?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Nothing of the sort.
Yep.
Certainly seen it around though. Speaking of, I did have my rear axle nut come loose in a race once. Lost the rear wheel, yeah. Whether it was that or the competition, I'm not sure.
Yes, that's right.
Hard to tell.
All speculation, though.
All speculation. You know, something that used to happen to me when I'd race was my seat would always fall off.
Always?
Always, but coincidentally after a race where I tended to sit down too much. And Dad would remind me that I need to stand up more.
Did it work?
Once the seat was gone, yes. Yes, can confirm it is not nice to sit on the subframe guardrail. As chief analyst, I can confirm. Alrighty, so we have got Luca right on screen. And
Yes, we are on a red flag. Lifetime and scoring does show us we are on red.
So he's done well to move off the track there, but I've watched a lot of rider crash, and typically by this point, if they aren't moving around freely and ably, they have done some damage to themselves. The adrenaline by this point is worn off, and they are feeling the pain. Which is a bugger. Do we have the kids here giving us a demonstration of what happened? Was that an over the bars or was that an air wheelie? I'm not sure. Either that or they were testing the wind, licking the finger. Maybe he got kicked sideways, who knows.
Very interesting.
No, he's certainly done a number on his bike there, which is a bugger. And we do have a red cross flag out, which means the race is over. It will likely be rerun, depending on how much of the race that they did complete during that time. I believe if it's over 75%, then they consider the race done, and it will not be rerun. If under 75%, they line up and go again. But these rules do tend to change state by state, so I cannot confirm. That's the mystery mainland analyst.
He's not moving.
Good forward hair does match the bike. Fast and orange.
Not even dripping a sweat. Although I can confirm it is quite cold today. Now you can see how slick that down ramp is there. It's getting chewed out as well.
Any mistake you make on that up ramp, any amount of sideways action you encounter on that down ramp will be amplified.
Alright, so we've got the kids and the dads here.
On screen.
Deep in thought. Do they know they're on screen? Give us a thumbs up, fellas. Maybe, maybe not. What do I do with my hands is probably what he's thinking. Okay, I'm going to check that foot peg. No, it's all good. I'll go back to the bars.
Does the clutch still work?
Does the clutch work? Let me check the free play. That's always a good go-to. Pull a tear off.
Just that hydraulic clutch.
Good point. Alright, so we do have Luca down here. Potentially we'll be getting a ambulance out to him.
On screen, Cooper Jenkins is sponsored by Bikeworks Team Green. However, Kawasaki does not make a 125, so he is on a gas 125. To the right, there's Dad, Darren Jenkins.
We're getting a good close-up of the roll-offs there. You can see he's running Oakley. Very good brand. You'll notice a little bit of plastic at the top of the roll-off. And that's a sleeve that basically tries to stop that mud getting in and behind the roll-off, which appears to be doing its job. And we've got our fantastic paramedics here on site. Plus Dad. Plus our mystery media lady.
No, this is just absurd, bro.
Yeah, we've got Jacob Brewer up here. Loves fishing and good at it. Love the confidence there. Loves fishing and good at it. Now, some will debate whether you can or cannot be good at fishing, but he appears to understand that he is. Not sure about you, Robbie. Are you a keen fisherman?
No, the wife is a keen fisher lady.
Fisher lady.
Not so much.
Okay. No luck with the fish. No luck.
Hey, Robert Nee here, doing track analysis. Back on live stream while we have an injury on track. If you can look down and look at behind me, we can see the different options that riders have. Right now where our cameraman is, we can see this is probably one of the main lines developing through here. And if you follow that all the way out, you can see behind me, there is a kicker in that ramp up ahead. And when you are building speed up to that and you hit a jump and it kicks you, it can kick you to the left or to the right, depending on how much power delivery you're giving that bike, which can cause an accident. Coming over, having a look at just different options, different lines. You can see there's 2 lines there that tend to blend into one. That's that same kicker. Coming further over, trying to get into this rut here. It does set you up a lot better out of here, but it is still soft and mushy. Coming a lot further over, this is the line that's going to be developing throughout the day and probably the more favourable line to go with. If you're coming through the corner, you must tighten up this track. You must come to the inside of this tabletop to get onto this nice inside line. While it's a little bit squirrely and there is a rut in the face of the jump, at least then you're able to get a nice clean run up and over that jump. All right, guys, here with Cooper Jenkins. Coop, how you going today?
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
How have your results been today? So you're obviously on the big bike today.
Yeah, didn't go well in the second moto, but went well in the first. So I reckon, yeah, I got 7th, I think, first moto, but then second I didn't go as well, and someone crashed, which is really sad for him. Hope they heal up quickly.
That's really good, the sportsmanship out of these young guys. So, one of the first guys to be part of Team Green, a sponsor for you this year. How do you feel about being on the team?
Yeah, I'm really excited to be on the team with everyone else. It's really cool.
Who are your sponsors on the team?
Don't do me like that.
Nah, part of the Team Green Bike Works teams.
That's it.
All right, here with Cooper Ford. Coops, how have you gone today so far?
Yeah, day's been good so far. I had 2 motos, I got the win in both, so yeah, I'm happy with that. I just had my 3rd moto, but that one got red flagged, so we should be back out there soon.
Do you reckon we're going to see any more stylish jumps from you out there?
Yeah, we might have to do a couple more whips out there. I think everyone loves them, so yeah.
We do love a few thrusts in the air. Do you reckon you'll be able to give us that mid-moto for us?
Yeah, 100%. I'll hit a couple up near the highway in that mid-moto.
We've worded him up. We'll see what he can give us to us. All right, here is Zach Dennison. Zach, it's been a minute. I think the last time we were racing 2017, back in the day. How you going? You clearly made it a big time with the big Red Bull and everything. How's it going, man?
Yeah, good. Yeah, good. Like, I hadn't even put a 20-minute moto together until today in the training up to this. So pretty stoked to get just 2 under the belt, to be honest. Bit funny when we were up at Oatlands the other day. We're going through the trophies and stuff. I'm like, oh, I might just pinch one. Lol. Found my first place from B grade, I think, back in 2017 when I won that title. So yeah, pretty cool, but certainly not the same speed we were back then. But yeah, enjoying the track today. It's been good. It's really rough now. But yeah, just hope to get through the day. Haven't crashed yet, so that's good. Yeah, it's been good.
Very good, man. So you guys are now taking over the Oatlands Club, I hear.
Yes.
You and your brother.
Yes, yes. The unexperienced youth have taken over Oatlands, but we're having fun with it. Just going up there, playing with tractors and stuff. We do have a lot to do. We've got our first races in the second half of the year, which we're looking forward to. A couple of ride days before that, and yeah, get ready for a good season next year, hopefully. We've changed the track. It looks pretty good, and we've had some great feedback, so it's been going well.
Fantastic. Do you take washed-up commentators on your track at all?
Oh, do I take washed-up commentators? You can come ride, mate.
I was referring to Cale Macon, but thank you very much for that.
Is he that washed up?
I think he is.
Okay. He's more than welcome. We'd love to have him. The more the merrier.
Fantastic, man. We got riders working on the track for more riders. That's what we love to see with a new generation coming through.
Thanks, guys.
Good job.
Greg, might be Greg Casmati.
Yep.
Greg.
G'day, how's it going? Greg Casamatti. For those that don't know, can you talk us through who you are and what you're doing here today?
Oh, look, I'm the owner of the facility, and I've made a comeback as an official to be steward of the day.
Fantastic, man. So what's involved with having a facility like this? Obviously, you guys will jump some hurdles to get this place up and going and to keep it going. Talk us through some of the issues you've worked through and what the future looks like for you guys moving forward.
Oh, look, it's pretty simple. I have a philosophy where if you don't give kids somewhere to ride, they find somewhere, and it's usually illegal and always dangerous. So it took me 5 years to get this approved back in the 90s. I've actually leased it out now and given it to a fresh set of eyes because I'm tired. I need a rest and I'm old. So it's a massive project to keep a motocross park running on a daily basis. The maintenance, etc. People have no idea how much work it takes. But we continue to do our best. And if people complain now, I just say, if you don't like it, go home.
That's exactly right, man. Thank you very much for giving us all here a place to ride, because that's exactly what a capital city in Tasmania needs.
Yeah, it's always been a pleasure of mine. It's motorcycles in my blood and always will be.
That's awesome, man. Thank you for that.
No worries. Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Cooper Ford. I'm from Hobart, Tasmania, 15 years old, and this year I'm racing in the 125 and 250 class in the Tasmanian State Championship.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. It never really started off meant to be like this. It was a Pee-wee 50, as most people start off, and then to the KTM 50, and then we did a few races, and then really it snowballed from there quite quickly, and yeah.
My most memorable racing moment would be when I won the Oz Supercross Championship in 2023 in Marvel Stadium. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Probably in 2023 when he won the CR85 Cup Supercross Series. That was, yeah, pretty good. That was pretty unreal. That was probably my best memory for sure. Yeah, definitely. The biggest challenge for us is back and forth. You know, every second week. It comes at time off work, time off school, a big cost, and you know, pretty much another whole setup over in Victoria. But we've got some people that help us out over there, some families, and we really couldn't do it without them. So that would be our biggest challenge for sure. Yeah, school is a challenge. Cooper's not a fan of school, but you know, he does his best. We try and get extra work and work while we travel, and we get through, we get it done. So had a pretty good run till last year with injury. But last year we travelled all the way to Harvey Bay for first round of Sunny States, broke his collarbone, which would take that, like that was 7 years in the sport, broken collarbone, and then we come back, and 3 weeks after you come back from that, he unfortunately just made a little mistake here and broke his tib and fib, broke his leg. So last year was definitely a challenging year, and then to try and get back for the Aussie titles, but we did what we could. All part of it.
Definitely my dad and my coach Ross Beaton, they pushed me to the limits, and yeah, definitely have helped me achieve some of my biggest achievements. I do a fair bit of training on the mainland with guys like Jed Beaton, Carl Webster, Brodie Connolly, so it's awesome to be able to train with them and see what level they train at.
A normal week is we try and ride like at least once during the week and 2 days on the weekend at a minimum. And in between all that, I'm trying to prep the track here. Cooper's pretty good with the bikes now, so he takes care of most of the bikes, and he goes to the gym and he cycles. So it's a real juggling act, but yeah, between prepping the track and everything, but we get through.
All right, guys, here we are with the bike of Jordan, who we did see fall off in that MX1 Race 1. And as you can see here, this is not how things are meant to look. These are meant to be in all one piece. These are Renthal bars. These are good quality bars. It comes to show the amount of force and inertia that a 450 can produce. Obviously, it's very unfortunate he's at the hospital right now. We do wish him the best getting better moving forward. However, if he is to get better, he will need a new set of bars. All right, guys, bit of an update on the girl who's crashed. Her name is Luca Wright. We don't have any further updates as far as her condition. We do know the paramedics are taking really good care of her. She's on her way to the hospital right now, so that's about as far as an update we can give at this time, Kale. when you do crash on the downside of a jump, usually not a good situation to be in.
Yeah, it is a bugger, and thoughts go out to Luca for that one. It is the unfortunate nature of the sport. If you look at it in a broader sense, you know, the injuries are pretty minimal, but they can happen, and it is a bugger, so we wish her all the best. And I know she'll get good care here in Hobart Hospital.
All right, guys, we are back. We are back live, and
here we go. We are back into the race that was just red flagged. And we've got Cooper Ford in with a whole shot again. Almost 2 for 2. I think he was second in that first one there. As we get them across the line, we'll see what order they are running in. But this race was about 60% completed in that previous race, red flagged. So we line them up and go again.
Jacob Brewer on the outside, passing 2 for 1. A twofer, if you will, Kale.
A twofer? How do you spell that?
Oh, no idea, man.
All right, and a little bit of a correction from our previous race. It was actually Keita Diprose that was carted off and had that accident. Now, on our live timing, it did have 28ers to being somebody else, so we do apologise for that one. Back out up front here, we do have Cooper Ford. And he is looking stylish as ever. I've seen his interview there of you. He said he was going to throw a few more whips.
Yep, let's hopefully he lives up to the expectation that he's put on everyone tuning in right now.
Very good. So we'll look to see that bike at 90 degrees over every jump.
With a fair bit of thrust in midair.
With thrusting. Fantastic. Alrighty, so you can see the track has actually dried up considerably from before. For those just tuning in, we did get a little bit of rain. Nice whip there, Cooper. Perfect execution on the landing.
What we want to see, brother.
That was timed with absolute precision. So you want to try and land as high as you can up the down ramp and get a good drive into the next turn. And he did that whilst throwing a whip. Impressive. Now, what I love is how he jumps out here over that hole. That's very mature riding. I've mentioned that a couple times today, but this kid has impressed me. As well as that, he leads in from the outside. Very nice. I think I've given up on watching anybody jump that double yet. Now.
He's still young, Carl. There is still time.
Still time.
You can see as his wheels move up and down, you can see how choppy it is where we did the track analysis. Just coming over this jump now. We can see the different lines. We can see the top 2 guys in this class taking that inside as I was able to point out on the inside there. Sets you up a lot better. Gets you away from that kicker.
Very good. So in second there, we have Jacob Brewer, Tyler Cousins, Toby Garwood, Cooper Jenkins, RJ Penny, Cooper Hockley, Antonio Di Virgilio in 9th, and Blake Nettlefold in 10th.
What a good heart from Cooper Jenkins. More concerned about someone else or how his own race was going. That was very, very good-hearted of him.
Very good. So we've got Cooper down the back straight now, and he's very exceptional on his landings. You'll notice he times them all beautifully, which does make sense considering he is a Australian Supercross champion, young Cooper. Very impressive results. Look at that jump there over the bumps. That was exceptional.
Really good camera work there. Really giving you guys an insight to how this track is. There we go. Really good to give you the option of that split lane there and have a look at the options these guys are actually looking at.
Now, shout out to the Cambridge Club on that split lane because more often than not, riders will complain. They say they do not match up, or more often than not, one will be much quicker than the other, but that one's about perfect. I don't think I've ever seen a split lane work as good as this one here today. So shout out to whoever built that one. And Cooper is on a mission. Have a look at him. Only a little fella.
Look at that, trying a different line this lap around, finding out a few more bumps there on the outside, but he's still searching around for the best lines on track.
He does have fantastic vision, so if you note his helmet about halfway through the turn, you'll see he's already looking up and ahead. So he's past where his bike is, he's looking at the next section, planning ahead, and that goes a long way to picking the right lines. Now, the easiest way to go quicker on a motorbike is by simply picking the best line. You could have the best technique, the best motor, the best suspension, but if you hit all the bumps and go in all the deep ruts, then it will not work as well than just picking a better line. And Cooper's given us a good display of exactly what that looks like.
Really good camera work from our guys on the ground and working the cameras. Really giving us a good look at the low points of the track. Really giving us a look at where the guys are really riding. There you go, camera right now. Jacob Brewer, second position.
So something you may note is even a rider such as Cooper, he may excel even more later on in these races, just as the track gets rough. So something you'll commonly find, especially in the smaller state of Tasmania, is that when riders ride, they'll usually be on a pretty smooth, well-groomed, or just a flat, typical type of track. And these type of conditions you only really find on race days. So the more travelled a rider is, the more they've experienced, the more skilled they'll be at the end of the day. And that typically will be like the biggest separator between some riders is just how well they navigate a track once it does get rough, because you don't always get that opportunity when practicing.
Jacob Brewer from Ulverston, long way from home up the northwest coast. He's got a big drive ahead of himself tonight. Nice little pre-hop over that jump there.
That was nice. He completely missed that acceleration bump off the lip. Perfect.
Leg up all the way around the turn. Well balanced, well situated on the motorcycle. All the way to the outside of the track, trying to find a nice, easy, smooth line.
Beautiful. So our running order now, we do have Cooper Ford out in front. He is setting a cracking pace. He did a 150.0 his last lap. From there, we have Jacob at a 152 and Tyler Cousins at a 156. So a bit of separation in this field. Nice outside line there. You can see how smooth that was. Now that, as a line in and of itself, was far better than the inside. Now the only detriment is you are traveling a lot longer of a distance. So when you weigh them up, sometimes it will be more beneficial to actually hit the bumps but travel the shorter route rather than going out wide where it is smooth. And that is one of the trickiest things about motocross, is that it changes every single lap.
Cooper Jenkins, nice wheelie before the up ramp of the jump there. Good elbows up, standing up.
Oh, a bit of a kicker in the turn there. You'll notice the average speed of the bikes is coming right down now. And you'll really start to notice how much those bumps are kicking them around. Probably going to guess one of the slower speed tracks in the country. So on average, a motocross track is around a 62 to 65 kilometre average. I'm nearly going to guess this one will be getting at the high 40s if we had a bit of data tracking around here. Very busy track, a lot of jumps.
Absolutely, Carl. There's a lot of tracks in Tasmania, very, very similar to this one. Obviously, this one's been very man-made on the flat. However, most of the motorcycle tracks around Tassie actually really bring in the normal nature of how the ground is, on the side of a hill, in a bit of a dip, in a bit of a gully.
You did mention to me this morning, Robbie, that Tasmania is basically a big hill, and that's why you have so many mountain bike tracks around.
Basically, yes.
A bit of an anomaly, this Cambridge circuit. Nice outside line there. So you'll see the longer distance, but no bumps. Darts back to the inside. Few bumps, but he navigates them well. And a rider such as Cooper will likely spend time testing and tuning his suspension, which does make a massive difference on these race days. As the track gets rougher, you will want to adjust it throughout the day. So for example, those acceleration bumps there, as they get sharper and choppier, you will want to speed up your shock, because you basically want your wheels to follow the contour of the ground. And if your suspension moves too slowly on those sharp, aggressive bumps, you'll just bounce across the top. And that is never, ever a good feeling. So you can see his bike is set up very well. On screen there, we have Cooper Jenkins again.
As Kayla's saying, the way the suspension reacts is how the inertia comes through the handlebars. If you're being punched up and down flat out, that is going to tire you out. If you're able to do the testing, if you're able to ride the smoother lines, the bike's going to stay a lot flatter and easier to ride. You'll save more energy.
It's definitely another one of those work smarter, not harder parts. Some people can take it a little bit too far of testing. I'm not a fan of when people make excuses for their bike, because your bike is set up the exact way that you want it. So if it's no good, that's because you're not a good tester. And you can put time and effort into it and make it as good as it can be. But when riders simply just point the finger and say my bike was no good, they're actually in fact saying I am no good because I could not test and set it up. That's where a lot of experience will come into play. There's no secret magic part when it comes to suspension. It's just time and experience. And that's basically what you pay for when you set your suspension up. You can get someone that's very experienced, or you can get someone that's not. The parts they put in, they probably don't vary at all. It's just, can they make it work for what the conditions are? And that's the same goes for the riders. So the more experience they get under their belt, the more testing and tuning they've done, they'll be able to look at the surface, go, cool, I want to do this, boom. And they'll try and nail it every time.
Just on screen here, number 71, Antonio, having issues on the side of the track, hoping it's just a mechanical and hoping he's okay.
I'm not sure what happened there. I was waiting for him to kick his bike, but I think they're electric start, the two-strokes these days.
Yes, they are now. Two-stroke electric start, fuel injected.
I'm not sure about back in your day, Robbie, but you had to kick them.
Back in my day, Carl, we had to kick everything. Even people on the side of the track if they weren't cooperating out on track with you.
Oh, he seems to be having another problem. That might be a bit of EFI circuitry. Maybe a plug loose. Not a fouled plug. Appears to be going again. Either that or Dad forgot to mix the fuel.
Oh, another rider out here. The track, all the conditions wreaking havoc. 5:11.
Bugger. It seems to be running still, but it is not running efficiently. And he's unhappy about it. And fair enough, young fella. Don't throw the bike down, but you can get upset.
5:11, Toby Garwood.
These races do mean a lot to kids, and in fact, I actually appreciate it when I do see them get frustrated because you can see how much it means to them. You want to remain as stoic as possible, but you do want to show that you care about it, which is what we're seeing there. What a bugger.
Without passion in motocross, there wouldn't be as many victories.
No, and it is a very high emotion sport. There's a lot of adrenaline at play. And the tensions do get quite high compared to other sports. Let's say if you're throwing a shot put, it's probably not quite as adrenaline-packed, not as much emotion, not as much on the line. But these guys are genuinely risking everything when they ride the track. Their heart rates are high. It means a lot to them. There's a lot of sacrifice to go racing. And you see that unfold when things don't go right.
If anyone's watching this at home and thinking, gee whiz, getting into dirt bikes would be great. How much are we talking for a bike size like this, Kale?
You can get a good entry-level bike for $3,000-$4,000 and get yourself into the sport for sure. It's always nice to have the newest equipment, but you really don't need it. Motorcycling is a feeling, and you can get that on any sort of bike. Obviously, the newer you can get because you don't want to have those mechanical issues. But if you look after a bike right, you can get one for a couple $1,000 and have a bit of fun on it and experience all the joys of riding motorbikes.
What if someone doesn't quite have the $3,000 to $4,000 and say they only have about $20 in their bank? Is there anywhere they can actually I think you know what I'm putting down. Is there anywhere they could bid or win a bike, for example? Is there any giveaways around Australia that they do? Or
look, I'm not sure about you, but every time I go on my Facebook, this guy pops up at the top of the feed. He must pay a lot in ads to show up and say he's giving away a bike. So I'm not sure who that is. But allegedly, yes, you can become a member of a certain website and gain access to an app, to some giveaways. I think they did one here at the track yesterday, and a young rider won a KLX 110. You have to figure out exactly who this person is.
I do believe it is mwmx.com.au if you want to look further into this.
Yeah, I think that stands for Might Win MX, which does relate back to the giveaways or winning races. Who knows? Maybe it's both.
Certainly not an issue for Cooper Ford right now.
He is looking stylish out the front there. And we've got the young fella down with his bike not running. That is Toby Garwood. So thoughts go out to Toby. Dad's going to have his hands full of spanners as soon as he gets back. What a bugger. But that is the nature of the sport. Can happen at any time.
Mechanical issues will happen.
Yes, they are unpredictable machines, especially when they're ridden at their limit. And what you'll often find is a lot of riders will do modifications to their machines, and they often will get benefits from it via extra speed, but it also does make them a lot more unreliable. And probably contrary to a lot of people's belief that at the pro level, a lot of bikes are actually pretty close to standard. It's all about suiting them to the rider. And what that basically means is how much testing are you willing to do to set it up exactly how you like it. So it's not often how quick can I make this bike, it's how much can I make it suit me. And what most people would maybe not quite understand is that always doesn't mean power. Usually means suspension.
Nice whip over the middle tabletop by Cooper Ford there.
Nice. Another pre-hop over the jump there. Very impressed with these kids. Exceptional skill.
Toby Garwood coming across the track.
Jumping the bump again. Beautiful.
Another angle at the track here, really seeing what the riders see down on the track.
Oh, I thought he was going to do it.
You want him to jump that jump, don't you, Carl?
I just want to see it once. Just want to see it once. Nice. Well, I think we can tell that Cooper is throwing a few whips out here after that little pit interview we seen a bit earlier. Good to see. There's a little bit of wind out there, but it's not too bad.
Still hoping to see that air thrust. For those at home that don't know what an air thrust is, could you elaborate on that, Kyle?
It's one of the most advanced manoeuvres in all of motorcycling. There is a man that goes by the name of Ronnie M, Ronnie Mac, maybe. He's an exceptional air thruster and rumoured to be one of the fastest riders on planet Earth. Okay. And that's purely due to the air thrusting. So,
okay. There's a lot of opportunity out there for these kids to get amongst it then.
There's plenty of potential. And hopefully, I think in the coming years, we're going to see a lot of air thrusts in the sport. But for now, we'll stick with the scrubs.
Yeah. So the next stage in evolution.
That's right. Much to learn for these young grasshoppers.
Nice outside line there by Tyler Cousins, searching around, trying to find a bit smoother line in that section.
Fantastic. Do these conditions make you want to ride, Robbie?
Absolutely, Kyle.
Me too. Until it gets a little bit too rough, like it's getting borderline. But I'm just looking at the traction, and that's about as good of a consistency of dirt you're ever going to get.
Off air, just before we were talking, and we did hit a little bit of tension. I think in the interviews out there, I called you a little bit of a washed-up commentator, and you said some things to me, and I made some calls, and there is a possibility you might be able to get some helmets out there and some bikes, and we might be actually be able to go toe-to-toe.
I mean, if the people want to see it, are we up for a one-lap dash?
One Kale Makeln versus Robert Nee.
I think there's potential there. There's potential.
Alleged two washed-up ex-champions going head-to-head.
We'll see who is the most washed up.
Some would say I'm a dirty rider. Others would say Kale's made some questionable decisions in his pro career.
Yes, well, going off your history, Robbie, I'm not too concerned about the track, but I am concerned about the pit brawl afterwards. So I would appreciate it if we could keep the action on track. I am aware of a altercation from the past, and we'll try and keep it clean. So no brake checking, please.
We'll see how we go, Kale. That's assuming you are behind me, which of course you will be.
Okay, yes. Very good. Alrighty, so back on screen here we have the 156, or is that the 756 of Brodie Faulkner? I believe it is. Beautiful technique around the outside.
He's certainly got another opportunity to train now. He's a lucky winner of a KLX 110. Thank you to WMMX.
Very good. Young Brodie is very good at finding the key. And he's an exceptional paper, scissors, rock player, we found out. He went 2 for 2.
Very good $20 investment right there.
Very good. Where he made that investment, I think, was that MWMX site. That will have to be confirmed. And I do want to give a shout out to Nita. There is a raffle going on to get some of these younger riders from Tasmania to the MXGP at Darwin. So there is obviously quite a significant travel cost to get these young riders up there, but it is well worth the effort because they've just seen in the previous Tasmanian history. They've got an incredible lineup of riders, whether it be Matthew Phillips, World Enduro Champion, Jed Beaton, current Australian Championship leader, so on and so forth. Cooper on screen, Australian Supercross Champion. Tassies have the talent and have the skill. And Anita's put together a raffle to get the best riders up to Darwin MXGP, which is at the end of this year. Now, that GP is the World Championship. And that will basically be the coming out party for any Australian rider that does put in the effort and has a good result that weekend. They will likely go on to a career overseas, just as we've seen Cooper Ford come across and get the win. Now, if anybody would like to get involved in that raffle, please jump on the Motorcycling Tasmania Facebook or Instagram. You will see the details there on their last post. You can get amongst it. Over $10,000 in prizes. And I believe it's a $10, $20, $30 or $40 entry. And it goes towards supporting these kids in the sport. Getting them on the world stage. So if you're a Tassie, get amongst it. I'm pretty sure there's a coaching session with Robbie in the raffle pack to win.
Very well may be, Kyle.
Is that right?
Very elusive
Elusive.
coaching pack. Cooper Ford, your race 2, 21.25's winner
Nice. Congratulations, Cooper. Is that 6 for 6 this weekend?
so far.
7 for 7, maybe. Got a few spectators tuning in, a few riders hanging out here.
Coming out and embracing the cold, which is Hobart.
All right, we've got a few up here on the hill. Give us a wave. Give us a smile. There we go.
Give it to us, baby.
Any familiar faces there, Robbie?
Oh, yes. There's a few old timers in the shot.
There we go. Down to the kids. Whoops, kids steer there. Don't hit that. And we're on a plane ride. And we're off. All right, shout out to Adam De Silva there in the background. You can see him running across, coming to get the next shot. Robbie and I are very fortunate to be sitting in a nice, controlled environment here.
Certainly are, Kale. You get your hands off me and stop cuddling me. We can continue. 65s, we are off.
Can't believe you said that on air. You weren't supposed to tell anyone. Alrighty, we are on with the next 65cc race. Who have we got here, Robbie? Who's going to take the whole shot?
I believe it'll be our race 1 winner. No, maybe not. It's who you called in the first one. Number 21. Oh!
What a bingle. And he's got
that's the
streamer.
roll-off. That's the roll-off.
Well, he's back up. Was that our race 1 winner?
That is our race 1 winner right there on the ground early on in this one.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we have a comeback on our hands. Now, we never wish for this, but...
Leyland Myers. That is Leyland Myers, our race 1 winner on the ground.
When the fastest rider is at the back of the pack, it does make for good entertainment because we are going to see some battling and some passing as he fights his way through the field. Similar to Hugh McKay in the MX1 before his reshock left the chat. Did we get an update from Hugh during the break?
No update from Hugh during the break.
Alrighty, so back on screen here. Who have we got out front?
Shout out to everyone watching at home. I know Chris Kingston is watching. He knows a good commentator when he comes across one.
Did he hear I was on?
I think he did, Gail. I think that's why most people are tuning in to hear motocross royalty up here in the booth.
Hang on. Washed up motocross royalty.
Washed up motocross royalty. Thank you for correcting me.
I appreciate that.
And now Dash, we'll find out.
Alrighty. Is there anything on the line during this one lap dash we're going to do?
Probably could put up another KLX 110, I reckon.
Yeah, I was thinking some KFC chips.
Yeah, okay, we could probably do that.
Yep. I think you have a distinct tattoo.
Yes.
That made me think of this.
I feel we were both quite eager KFC enthusiasts in our own rights.
Maybe the race should be to the KFC.
We could probably do that.
I think that would be a better carrot to dangle, maybe.
You have a better chance to win.
Alrighty, back on screen here, we have Leyland Myers. And he's got his work cut out for him. He will be coming through the pack. As you can see here, he seems to be undefeated as a Tasmanian state champion. So the pressure's on. Does not want to start out the season at the back.
He is without his roll-offs too. He will not be what he will want to dip it anytime he has to fall in behind anyone. He will most likely dip his head to try and get the peak to catch the roost instead of wearing that dirt on his goggles.
That's a very good point. He will have to preserve them this entire moto.
As these kids are showing, as you can see, their bikes are getting kicked around a lot more than that first moto. That is because the way the track is deteriorating.
So Leyland is now up to 5th place, and he is 10 seconds behind the lead. So he's going to have a bit of work to do.
He has 3 riders right ahead of him. And how important is it that he get going early on in the race while the pack is compressed?
It's a lot easier to make those moves earlier on, but it does relate back to a bit of just natural physiology with the riders. So you will find some have fast twitch or slow twitch fibers. An example of a fast twitch fibre rider would be Ken Roxon per se. Really, really good at the start of a race or a season, and then tapers off towards the end. And then you'll get others like Cooper Webb, who shine at the end of the day, as he goes for a 2-for-1. Nicely done. Now, depending on that rider's physiology, he could be one or the other, but you definitely want to get out there and make those moves quick. That is the ideal scenario, without a doubt.
Nice jump there by Leyland Myers, clearing those doubles.
Has he gone to the lead? No, he's in second now. We have Noah Williams out in front. Now, Leyland was 3 seconds quicker than Noah on that last lap around. He does have a 10-second gap to make up, so it's certainly doable. Opting not to jump that double there.
Going in for the ruts there, leg up the whole way through. Really good balance, really good hand-eye coordination through there.
Oh, now leader is down.
A leader is down in the mud.
And what a bad place to crash. I nearly swore then. Not a good place to crash. Look at that mud built up on the front wheel.
He's freed that, but when you're trying to lift up your motorcycle and it is another 5 to 10 kilos heavy, you can see the amount of mud in that front wheel. He'll have to clear all that mud before he's able to get any front-end traction on that bike.
And what a bugger that was. What could have been? That is the nature of motorcycling. And Leyland is back where he knows best.
Navigating the way through those big bumps.
Alrighty, you can see the ground is drying up quite a bit now. This track will get past the point of enjoyable pretty soon.
Why do you say that, Kyle?
Because as that moisture leaves, so does the traction. And now when your wheel's already bouncing around and skipping left and right from the bumps, and you add that in with no traction, that's when it does start to get a very fine line between a good lap, a bad lap, and not enjoying yourself. Now, for those riders that are well-versed on rough track riding, they will actually enjoy it more because you can link parts of the track up. You can hop and skip, move around on the track, but this is where you'll really separate and find the skilled and non-skilled riders.
Here we go on screen here, part of our Team Green Bikeworks motorcycles that are out there this weekend on the KX65.
The young Archie Phillips. Nicely down there in the center. Good on him. A little bit of a kick there. There's a little bit of wind around, but it's not affecting the bikes too much today. Opting not to jump though.
Yes, with the wind, and if there is a crosswind on them jumps, if you are jumping high up into the air, clearing some of these jumps, on such a little bike, the wind can carry your bike across and actually push your bike around in the air. Definitely not something you want to do, as we've seen in the Junior 125 race before.
No, not ideal. The only really way you can prevent it is by turning your wheels into the direction of the wind. So you may think that there is not that much to be caught, but when your wheels are spinning, the spokes basically act as like a big shield, and the wind will hit both of your wheels and it will sweep them up from underneath you. So if you can, you want to try and turn your bike just into the wind a little bit, and that will prevent the left or right motion from the wind. Easier said than done though.
On screen here, 216, Thomas Scollier. as we can see, Leyland Myers. See the jersey on the arm just blowing around a bit more. We can actually see how much the wind has picked up just by on the riders' jerseys.
Whoa, he nearly went off the back there. I believe that's called a Ronnie Mack.
Or a Kale Makem, depending on where, depending on how much TV you watch.
Well played, Robbie. Well played. Have been known to loop out a time or two. And he cleared it that time. Oh, he nearly cleared it. Almost cleared it. He gave it a crack.
Taking the inside there, avoiding that kicker on that jump as we went through in track analyst.
Track what?
Track analyst.
Interesting segment.
Here we go. Last lap board is out for Lachlan Myers.
Alrighty. So the running order is Leyland Myers, Nikolai Marchant, Jax Hughes, Theo Hall, Noah Williams, Ash McPherson, but Thomas Scollier in 7th, Lockie Davey 8th, Henry Hammond 9th, and Parker Sullivan in 10th. Hats off to these young fellas out here getting amongst it. There's many a thing to do on your Sunday, and I think this is the best one of all. So it's awesome to see the kids getting into it while they are young. What I find is once you get the bug of motocross, you do not often leave, and you are hooked for life. So it's good to see this younger generation getting a hold of it nice and early. Would have been about 40 years ago you were in this class, Robbie.
I think so. It was around about that time, Kale. Especially being I'm only 32 years old. It was a very interesting time back then.
Oh, my mistake there.
I do believe when you were on a 65 Kale, you were able to be at the 2004 Australian Junior Nationals at Penguin.
I was there. That is correct.
I was 65, and I believe we both got beat by a girl.
Did we?
We did. I think her name is Courtney Duncan.
Courtney Duncan, you are correct.
Very, very good even back then.
Yes, I do remember the Penguin circuit. A nice yellow clay.
That's right. Has not changed.
A large finish line tabletop.
Yep.
And I didn't do very well. They're my 3 memories.
Yep. Not overly surprising, really, but I do believe I wasn't much better myself at that particular time.
Seems to fit the theme.
Washed up commentator.
Washed up 65 rider.
Yes. But there is hope.
Has been, never been.
Some may say that.
What I do remember was Jacob Bloomfield on a 65 there.
Yes, I remember that name too.
The American. Exceptional talent. Although what is interesting, I find, if you look at the results 20 years ago, they are not often the same 20 years on.
That's right. I think we find both of ourselves being exceptional in our own respective classes.
Alrighty, so next up here we have, I believe we've had a bit of a change in the running order. This may be MX3. I hear some 4-strokes out there. Let's see, Cooper Ford. He likes that outside gate, Cooper Ford. Is this junior 125, 250? If somebody could clarify the difference between the two, I would appreciate that.
All right. On screen now, we have MX3 on the gate.
If you were out here, Robbie, where do you believe you would finish? Honest opinion.
Probably beat all these kids hands down.
All of them?
All of them. Every
All
single
of them.
one of them. I'd be on twice the size bike and I'd be twice the pace.
You know what? That gear downstairs that's waiting for you to wear is it's sounding more and more enticing by the minute.
If I wasn't absolutely essential up here, I guarantee you I'd be down there, man. And across the line.
Alrighty.
Jed Gray, 777.
We've got 511 down there in the first turn.
Toby Garwood
Toby
again,
Garwood.
maybe still having issues with that bike. But as we come across the line, Cooper Ford is coming.
Off the left there.
Off track there. In the hands of the ref, if there'll be any discretion amongst that. But out front, Jed Gray.
Jed Gray out front. Now, Jed has a good opportunity here. Now, we do know Cooper is on the gas today. And Jed has an opportunity to dart away and try and build that gap up, and he can manage it from there. That is the ideal way to race a motorcycle race. Is you want to get out front, establish a gap, and then monitor it. Manage it from there. And we'll see if he can do just that. He has competed in the MX3 Nationals in 2024, so we will know exactly what to do. Whether he can execute it or not will be another story.
Out second, Brodie Faulkner, proud winner. KLX 110, just here last night. As we see on screen there, Cooper Ford starting to make his way through the pack. Does look like he's up to about 4th position.
So at this point of the race, Robbie, how far ahead do you believe you will be?
Probably already on the next lap, Kyle.
Okay.
Most likely.
That's interesting.
So I can see now why you've been shaking your head off camera saying, no, I don't really want to race you, man. Sounds pretty good.
I'm just amazed you were riding motorbikes 40 years ago. I would have thought it was more like horses and stuff like that. Carriages, carts.
You young guys don't really know as much. Oh, a little bit of cheek there.
There we
Cooper
go.
Ford.
We've got some action. Let's go. Is there a bit of a rivalry there?
There must be.
Now, number 72, Jacob Brewer. And Cooper has given him the business, so we'll see if that fires him up.
In the unlikely event that you were ahead of me, Kale, that's probably exactly what I'd be doing to you.
Well, I use the word ahead loosely because whether I'll be lapping you or not would be up for determination when we're about half a lap apart. Wow, we've got Cooper Ford down.
He is pushing and he is making mistakes.
We've got a real race on our hands here. He's not happy. Back to last. There's no worse feeling than having to go back and repass everybody you just passed. Shout out to Adam there on camera.
Okay. Cooper Ford all the way back now to 7th place again. He has lost 15 seconds just in that lap.
Hmm.
Leader, I think. Our leader out front, Jed Gray. Oh, mistake there by our 2nd place rider, Brodie Faulkner. Don't think he's lost any positions.
So we're going to try and keep track of Cooper here on his march through the field. He does have 17.4 seconds to make up on Jed Gray. Now, they should get another 5 laps at my rough guesstimation. Robbie, would you like to do the math on 5 laps, 17 seconds? How much does he need to make up?
He's going to be wanting to make up at least 3 seconds a lap.
Fantastic. Can confirm no calculators were used in that equation.
Please don't fact check that.
Somebody would like to correct that in the comments. Alrighty. Back out front, we do have Jed Gray. In 2nd, Brodie Faulkner. 3rd, Jacob Brewer. Lewis Hewitt, Angus Barber, Cooper Wivell, and Cooper Ford in 7th. You see some really slick parts of the track starting to come through now. You could almost make a tyre change at this part of the day. So during that rain, you would have nearly got away with a scoop, or definitely a mid-soft tyre. At this point here, you'd be starting to trend towards an intermediate or hard pack set of wheels.
Why is that, Kale? What would be the difference between a more soft intermediate tyre versus a more intermediate to hard terrain tyre? What's the difference, right?
Yeah, very important. Very good question. So a paddle tyre or a mid-soft tyre will have bigger distances between the knobs, and it'll also be a softer rubber. And so that way it's basically going to grab more dirt and move it. But when you get that slick hard pack surface, you don't want to grab the dirt and move it because you can't. It's already packed in. So at that point, you want more surface area from your tyre. So almost heading towards, say, like a road bug tyre where you get the entire surface on the ground. Obviously, a motorbike, we're not going to go that far, but we will want more knobs and stiffer knobs as well so that you will get a lot more traction on those harder pack surface areas. So quite often.
Certainly no shortage of knobs up here in the commentating booth, that's for sure.
No, can confirm. Can confirm.
Here we are, Adam down on the track, and a good shot of Cooper Ford coming through.
Beautiful. Nice bounce into the face there. Almost a preload as such.
Best battle on track right now is for second place. Brodie Faulkner and Jacob Brewer. Jacob Brewer slowly inching up where it is Cooper Ford. Next one behind him.
I think so. I can't see numbers.
Cooper and Brodie both at a 152 on that last lap, with Cooper being about half a second faster.
So Cooper has gone to 18 seconds behind, so maybe a little bit slow across the finish line after that last mistake 2 laps ago. And he actually has not closed down at all between first and himself. So he's really got some work. You can tell by his body language he is pushing pretty hard here now. So you'll note on the up ramps and down ramps of every jump how much energy a rider puts into it. Will typically tell you how intense and how hard they are trying.
As you can see, Cooper Ford with quite a different riding style, say that of a Hugh McKay, whereas Hugh being very animated on the bike has a lot of energy. Very, very strong. Cooper Ford being a lot smaller in stature needs to find ways to conserve energy. We may not have the same amount of output and strength as Hugh.
He's really pushing into these corners now. So we've got a bit of a time update. He only made up 1 second on that last lap between himself and Jed Gray. So he's definitely got his work cut out here.
If we are working off my quick maths, which may or may not be accurate, the 3 seconds required is not quite there.
No, can confirm. You can see how choppy that track is getting now. He's searching left and right, going absolutely everywhere.
Yeah.
At this point of the day, if you could somehow pick the premium line in every corner, you could potentially make up 2 or 3 seconds. And it will more so come down to that as the day goes on, rather than how well they are riding the bike.
Just off camera before, it does look like Jacob Brewer has made the pass on Brodie Faulkner for second place. As we head back to Cooper Ford, coming through, sticking to the inside through there, jumping over that mud patch.
That really gets me going.
Doesn't take a lot to get you going, Kale.
No, if you could take your hand off my leg, please, I'd appreciate it.
We were having a really good time up here, just me and you. Had to try and make things weird though, didn't you? No, guy, just kidding. My hand is still on his leg and he's happy as Larry.
He's getting in the spirit. Oh, do we have a mechanical there? Rolling the jumps. So Cooper pulled in another 2 seconds on that last lap. So it's not quite cutting the mustard. He was 2 seconds quicker than any other rider on track, so he does have the pace. So this is the result of those early mistakes. They are now coming back to bite him. And this is almost reminiscent of 27 Oatlands between yourself and Brodie, was it?
Yes, I believe so, Kale.
He would fight through the pack.
He would, he'd have to.
And you'll be out there smooth sailing in front.
Pretty much, that's how it usually was, me out in front.
Yeah, well executed.
But as the motos went on, the arms started to get quite hard. Pace slowly come down. I really threw the anchor out hard.
Pulled the parachute, as they say.
Yes.
Nice line over that jump there. Every single time you'll notice Cooper lands as close to that track marker as you possibly can. And what you'll notice, as you'll probably see on the track analyst section in a minute, is that the consistency of the dirt makes a big difference to how much traction you get. The darker the soil is, likely the more traction you're going to get. And if you take note of some of the down ramps, you'll see that in the centres where everybody lands, it does dry out a lot quicker, a lot earlier than the outsides.
Oh, beautiful work there. Sorry to cut you off,
No, you're all right.
Beautiful work there.
Perfect action.
Probably not the first time I'll cut you off today.
This won't be in the race, that's all.
Not when I'm 10 miles in front, anyway.
Ooh,
Go they are going at it here, these kids.
A lot of limiter there. So this is the battle for third place between Brodie Faulkner and Cooper Ford.
Brodie not giving Cooper an inch.
So this will hurt Cooper's march to the front. He will need to dispose of Brodie as quickly as he can.
Cooper Ford, 4 seconds a lap faster than Brodie in that last lap. There we go.
And, a bit of biff, and he even looks back. How's the attitude from the young fella? NFG, as they say, the kids.
Oh my flying goodness.
Something of that effect. And he's happy about it. He's now throwing whips. He's made his way past. Clear track. We'll see what he can do now. He does have 13 seconds to make up, so he did make a big dent on that last lap. I'm going to guess maybe 2, max 3 laps left in this race. Your earlier prediction of 3 seconds per lap will need to be bumped up to about 4, and he can get the job done.
Here we go, Cooper Ford, inside of a lap rider. Inside into another inside line. The next one on his list is Jacob Brewer.
So notice there's rarely a moment the bikes are settled on this track. Really starting to chop up.
Very busy track, as you've said all day, Cale.
And if you notice, the rear suspension never is really compressed past halfway, which would suggest they could go a lot softer on their setup today on this track. You see there's a lot of feedback from the motorcycle.
As you can see in the background there, it is starting to look a little bit more gloomy as this day goes on. Will we get a bit more rain?
All right, this has been a very good lap by Cooper. I'll be interested to see what it comes out at here.
Fastest lap of the race, 149.7.
And he took another 3 seconds out of Jed in that one, so he's now got 10 seconds to go. I don't believe we've seen the last lap board out there, did we? So they've definitely got another 2 laps to complete. And by my rough guesstimations, that will be 5 seconds per lap to make up. Now he's currently circulating 3 seconds quicker. So we could have a battle on our hands. Will Jed step it up or will he feel the pressure? That will likely be the decider of this race.
He's out front. He's not that far off his best time. He's only with about 2.5 seconds off his best time. He's been quite consistent this whole time. However, how fast Cooper Ford can get past Jacob Brewer, if he can. Seemed to be a bit of attitude in that last pass he put on Brewer before. Will we see that again? Oh, Jed being held up a little bit here by a lapper. That'll put a little dent in his lead.
Little mistake there. So at this point, if Jed has not won earlier this weekend or has not won too much in the lead up to this point, it will be a bit of a mental battle on trying to focus on exactly what you're doing and not concentrating behind you on the rider that is inevitably coming, which is Cooper. So we're going to see how Jed handles this here. We're going to watch his lap times. The previous was a 52.7. We'd like to keep that the same if he could. I wouldn't say he has a big enough gap to relax.
Have we lost Jacob Brewer?
Still not the last lap. We've got another 2 laps.
At least another 2 laps. These guys go 16 minutes plus a lap.
So Jed just ran a 53.4, so almost a second slower than his previous lap, which is not a good sign. Cooper Ford is now up to 2nd place.
He is. Jacob Brewer has had an issue, an off-track excursion.
Maybe with the assistance of Cooper, because he actually did quite a slow lap that lap around. 54.6, so slower than Jed. Good news for Jed there. Extended his gap a little bit. You'll notice on these U-turn sections, it's a perfect place for a rider to be able to look across the circuit, see who's coming behind him, and you can almost gauge it. It's like a bit of a way to mark your competition. Each lap you come around, you'll see if they're catching you or they're falling behind.
If you are out front, if you are Jed Gray out there, Cale, and you see Cooper Ford slowly creeping up on you each lap, how does that feel when you're out in front, knowing that you're doing the best you can, but it's not enough?
It can be a tricky one for a younger rider, but the older you are, you'll try and stay as calm as possible. Focus on the time that you've got left, and you'll basically do an equation of, if I just ride consistently, will I get the job done, or do I need to hang it out? Now, if you do need to hang it out, you more than likely will to get the win. You want to try and hang on to it. There is nothing worse than getting past with a lap to go. But if they're going to catch you no matter what, often you'll just see it be a almost like a maturity thing where they'll just let it happen. You hope for the best. But I think Jed's got a good chance of hanging on to this one.
He's got a good lead. He's still got plenty of time on Cooper.
He's really held his own here, Jed. So Cooper's caught him a couple times, but not enough. Not enough. Jed's just came through at a 53.0, so close to one of his better laps. And Cooper at a 50.8.
2 seconds a lap there.
A little bit of inconsistency from the boys as far as their lap times go.
This, though, likely to be their last lap.
Yeah,
Their second last lap. The last lap board should come out this next time around.
Okay. What's half of 9.266?
It's most likely to be in the 4 point something something.
All right, Cooper needs to make up 4 point something something to get the job done.
He made up 3 seconds that last lap. On your calculations, Carl, that should put him right beside Jed. Maybe won't be enough. He actually needs to go past him to win.
He will have to get the pass done, which will be some fireworks for us up here in the booth. So you never want to see a rider make a mistake. But if Jed does make any mistake here in the last 2 laps, it is going to get spicy. Cooper will smell blood. Often, you'll find the rider is able to lift their intensity when they know it's getting close. And you can make some magic happen. So we'll see what Cooper comes up with here.
Nice run through the rollers from Jed. Cooper still doubling through. Nice and smooth. Very consistent.
Oh, I think it's just too much. Jed has ridden exceptionally in this moto. Cooper's still having a crack at it though. The intensity's still there. If I'm correct, Cooper's on a 125 and Jed's on a 250.
That is right.
Did we get the last lap board that time around? I don't believe we did.
No, still could be more time left on the clock.
2 more laps to go. Long moto for these young fellas. It must be 20 plus 1 lap. 20 minutes plus 1 lap. So our earlier calculations were completely incorrect.
We've lost time in scoring as far as how long these riders have left in this race. We're currently at 17 minutes and 30 seconds in. That last lap time, Cooper 4, Jed Gray brought it right down. Cooper was only 1.5 seconds faster that lap. That's definitely not enough on our 4 point something something to catch up per lap.
Both boys nearly did their quickest lap on that last one, so they're definitely turning it up. They're both going for the win. Nothing left on the table.
Jed is responding to Cooper's charge.
And lucky he did, because if he didn't, Cooper would be within 3 seconds after that lap he pulled out. Instead, it's 7. Fingers crossed for a bit of action here. Very smooth, very calculated from Jed. You see him take a little peep across there. Does not seem to be getting to him though. He has done better laps as the race has gone on.
Oh, horrible spot there. Jed would definitely be able to see Cooper there.
He would.
Cooper almost has him on the same straight.
And the intensity's come up again from Cooper. Notice a bit more body English on the landings of the jumps, as you mentioned earlier. Starting to look Hugh McKay-esque. And there we go.
They've been racing 19 minutes now. They do only have 1 lap to go. 5 seconds the gap. All comes down to if Jed can keep a clean lap, he should be able to pull this one off. If he does make a mistake, Cooper will be right there.
Oh, the lap rider's going to slow him down here. Just a touch. Jed's last lap was a 52.6. Cooper's was a 50.0. Behind them, we have Jacob Brewer, Brodie Faulkner, Toby Garwood, Angus Barber, Cooper Wivel, Lewis Hewitt, Charlie Hancock, and in 10th, Matthew Lilly.
Cooper can see Jed on the same straight in that long section. Cooper would be hoping for a few more laps in this race. He's not quite going to get it.
He's certainly pushing for it, though. No doubt about that.
The gap's definitely within under 5 seconds now.
Now, if he were to get the pass done, I believe it would have to come about 3 or 4 corners before the finish, because after that, it does get pretty one line, and they do funnel into that one section. So he's really going to have to pull this one out of the bag to make it happen. Will probably
Really-
more so require a mistake. from
Really
Jed.
will, because Cooper has caught right up to him now. Definitely on the same straight. But he is running out of real estate. There's not many corners left on this track.
I will be interested to see has Cooper picked up the pace here or has Jed slowed it down. I do think Cooper has picked it up. Which will be a little bit of a shame if he does come up short.
Less than 2 seconds between them now, but we are on the final few corners. Last corner for Jed.
Not quite there.
Jed Gray, your Moto2 MX3 winner. Cooper Ford in second.
Now, important to note, that last lap from Cooper was his quickest of the entire race of 49.3. Now, he obviously was capable of that lap time at any point in the race, but he was unable to pull it out. So a little bit of a lesson moving forward. Just a little bit too late.
MX3 round 2 winner, Jed Gray. So close.
Alrighty, we're back with another track analysis. So from one washed up rider, Robbie, to another, what you'll notice that he mentioned in that first track analysis breakdown was that the riders will often try and find the smoother lines and also the shorter lines as well. So you don't want to go into deep ruts, you don't want to hit the deep holes. But one other thing that riders will look for is the consistency of the soil. Now, if you look here on the ground, you'll see that some is dark, some is light. Now, what you'll actually do, and you will find some riders do this, is they'll grab a bit of soil and they'll do a bit of a taste test. So I'll do one here live. That's very good. That's a wet soil, so you'll get fantastic traction out of this soil. Now, if you look over here, you'll notice it's quite dry. Now, when you bite this one, it'll be quite similar to, say, biting a dry wheat bix. Can confirm it's no good. Now, the same thing will apply out on the track. You'll want to try and find these darker bits of soil. You're going to get more traction, more power to the ground. Might me a second. And these lighter parts of soil, you're going to get a lot more traction, a lot less traction, sorry. And so those are the things that you look for as the track breaks down throughout the day. Alrighty, we're here at Brock Hutchins, race winner of number 2. How'd you go, mate?
Yeah, good. Felt good out there.
You got the whole shot, went back to second, ended up getting the win at the end there. You want to explain how you got that done?
Yeah, unlucky Huey went out with a DNF, but that's racing, so we move on.
Nice, nice. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but there's an individual by the name of Robbie Nee. Do you know who that is?
Nah, definitely not.
Me either. Anyway, so what are you planning for race 3? What do you got in mind?
Just get the whole shot and go from there. Huey's on a different bike now, so we'll try and keep it closer and see how we go.
Right, so we've got a bit of inside knowledge there. What bike is Hugh on in this race?
CRF 450, someone else's.
Right, so we've got a bike switch there. You got the whole shot in that last race. Was that from this gate as well?
Yep, pretty similar.
Right, what's your plan with the start?
Just get the whole shot and go.
You don't want me to go and tell Hugh exactly what you're going to do you?
Oh, no, not at all.
Right, and just so you know, Robbie's been saying all day that he could bet you if he was out here. Do you have anything to say?
No, he can try if he wants to.
That's what I said too. Alrighty guys, that's it. We're here with Brock Hutchins, got the race win in number 2. We're about to start race number 3. Let's go. All right, I'm here with Hugh McKay. You won the first race, mate, in dominating fashion. You were in front there in the second one, but what happened?
Just an unfortunate mechanical. Shock bolt snapped and pushed through the seat, so there wasn't much I could do about that. And yeah, unfortunate DNF, but happens.
Right, so just to confirm, the shock bolt wasn't loose, it snapped?
No, it snapped. I had proof with the bolt still half in there, so.
Okay, because if a bolt of my bike came out, I'd probably say it snapped as well.
Yeah, well, I am mechanicking myself this weekend, so I wouldn't be surprised something like that happened.
So outside of that, mate, you've had an awesome race 1. You did have the lead there in race 2. What's the plan in race 3? I see you're on a different colour for this one.
Yeah, just cheers to Britty for lending the bikes. So yeah, just have some fun for the last one, and yeah, a little bit more track time.
Yeah. And so we missed it just in that second race. Did you pull off the race in the end, or did you have a mistake?
I can't even remember now.
So I think you recorded a DNF in that race too, so you will be out of the conversation for a race overall, but planning to get the win?
Yeah, that's the plan, always is, so yep.
Awesome, mate. And are you racing the Pro MX this year on the mainland?
Yeah, I did one thaggy the first round, ended up 12th overall. So yeah, happened next weekend. Looking forward to that. A bit more suited to my style. So try and get a little closer to that top 10 would be great.
Awesome, mate. And the most important question of all of this, are you familiar with an individual named Robbie Nee?
Yeah, the whole shot king, Tassie.
All right, nobody else seemed to know who he was, but anyway. Good luck, mate. And Robbie and I wish you all the best. Yeah. Have a good day, and thanks for keeping us entertained. Cheers, mate. Alrighty, I'm here with Ryan Williams. How's your day been, mate?
Yeah, a bit up and down, a couple crashes, but apart from that, just trying to stay on top of the bike today.
I was just looking around for a step ladder, mate. I feel like I need to get up a little bit there to bloody interview you.
I've heard apparently you've been calling us the Giraffe Brothers all day.
That was Robbie's idea.
Robbie's idea, that doesn't surprise me.
He's also been saying he'd beat you if he was down here on the line as well.
Oh, geez, I'd like to see that old boy get on back on the line. I've been trying for years to get him here.
Yeah. Awesome, mate. What you playing in this race?
Just survive. Just survive. I just want to go home.
Now, allegedly there was a bit of a fight here before race one. Do you want to explain what was going on there?
Oh, apparently there was money involved, so we tore Tate off his bike and made a scene.
I don't know anything about any of this, but anyway, mate, we hope you have a good race. Enjoy yourself, and if you watch the live stream back and you hear yourself being called the Giraffe Brother, I had nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it?
Yeah.
Easy. Cheers for that, boy.
Good luck, mate.
Awesome, mate. Have fun.
Right, jump in here. Quite right. Alrighty, we're here with the other Williams brother. How's your day been, mate?
Pretty sore from yesterday, but overall pretty good. Happy with my performance.
Yep. And you're out here on the two-stroke. Explain that.
Only on the two-stroke, man. This is the best thing you could ever ride.
I mean, mate, if I could borrow someone's bike on this start line, I reckon it'd be yours.
Nah, I'm loving this thing. I wouldn't trade her up for anything else.
Whole shot?
We'll see, but I'm a bit far out, but try my best, of course.
A little inside tip. I'm pretty sure Cooper Ford got the whole shot from right here just a race ago, so I reckon you can get it done.
Gives me hope then.
Yeah. Hold her wide.
Here we are, MX1. MX1, race 3, we're on. And who's that out front? It's Brock Hutchins. And right behind him, Charles Brett. Switched up from the Kawasaki to the KTM. The Williams brothers looking at each other over the finish line jump. 310, Brock Hutchins. 11, Charles Brett. 41, Alex Williams. Number 6, Ryan Williams. Hugh McKay going to be really quick to get the hang of that new bike. Brock styling up over the jump. Can Bucket stay with him?
All right, Robbie, what have we got? I'm not on. Am I on?
Here we go. The Giraffe brothers are in tow. Alex coming.
We're on.
Welcome, Kale Macomb, back to the booth.
Hello, Robbie.
He's done gobbing off about me. All I'll say, man, is game recognises game.
Did you miss me, or will you prefer I'm still going?
If you disappeared for a while, you wouldn't be totally missed. However, everyone at home would probably be tired of me talking smack all day.
Just so you know, I do have a flight out of here at 7 p.m. tonight.
Thank goodness for that, everyone.
Yeah. A few people said that while I was down there.
We can sleep easy tonight, us Tasmanians.
Your job is safe.
Here we go, Alex Williams right on the back of Charles Brett there. And behind him, Ryan Williams and Hugh McKay in tow. And that Alex Williams past Charles Brett. Has Alex got anything for Brock? He has roughly 2 to 3 seconds to catch up. What can Alex do with this better start? And we have there, just coming into frame, Hugh McKay on Cameron Britt's bike.
Blue 122.
Brock Hutchins, Alex Williams in tow.
Now we're going to test our memory here. I know Hugh won the first race, Brock won the second, but who was second or third in the first race?
I do believe it was Alex Williams.
So we do have a tight battle here at the top, because this is our last race of the day for the overall, as Hugh will now be out.
This will determine the winner. The winner take all in this current situation. Unfortunately for these guys, with each lap, Hugh McKay will get better and more familiar with that bike. See how it reacts. Have you ever been in a situation like this before, Kale, where you've hopped on someone else's bike midway through a race day?
Look, I have not quite the same as this, but it takes me back to 2015. I rode for Factory Suzuki, and on press day, my bike seemed to not have any oil in it, and it did seize. So from that point on, I had to ride Matt Moss's Supercross bike. This was my first year on 450 in the Supercross class. And for those that know, Matt used to ride a fire-breathing Dragon. My bike was stock. And shortly after that, I overjumped the quad and tore my Achilles. So that was my experience.
So we're really hoping for the opposite for Hugh McKay here today. Send all your prayers, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully he survives.
Hopefully Hugh is going from a faster bike to a slower bike, or a similarly speeded one. Mine couldn't have been any further apart.
Being a motocross track, we should have some more room for error.
Correct. Do not recommend jumping on a brand new bike in Supercross.
No. Take us through the biggest difference between motocross and Supercross, Kale.
Well, you basically nailed it there with the room for error. So Supercross is a bit more condensed. It's the slowest speed. It will be in a stadium indoors. But the risk will be higher, as it is mainly built around jumps. Whereas motocross is a bit more outdoors, it's more flowing, a bit more natural, just uses the undulation of the ground. A few obstacles here and there, but you would say the stakes certainly aren't as high in motocross.
Fantastic analyst there. Here we go, Hugh McKay has come up onto the back of Charles Brett here.
What's your thoughts on the way this track's breaking down?
Pretty much, it's actually held up together a lot better than I thought. There goes Hugh McKay up the inside. The track really kept a lot of moisture in the ground, so that little bit of rain, being this time of year, temperature isn't as high and the wind has died right off. So the track still has a little bit of moisture. You can see in the dry, slick spots, that's where the traction would have evacuated the building, as they say.
Traction has left the track. Now, Hugh's his lap times are coming up. He's getting about a second better with every lap that goes by, but he's still not quite on the pace of Brock. And Brock does have a 12-second gap over Hugh.
Brock is working hard at the moment. 4 laps in, and he has set his fastest lap of the race that time around. 2 seconds quicker than Alex.
A very tall order here for Hugh to get this one done. Although it is a long race, this one. 20 plus 1, I believe. There should be about another 7 or 8 laps. Another 4 or 5 laps.
We have 13.5 minutes remaining on the clock.
I'll revert back to what I was originally going to say. Another 8 or so laps. Nice aggression on the landing there.
Nice shot from our camera guys down here. This is the double going over the back before the big tabletop.
There's a very good style into the corners, Hugh. So you'll notice he stands up and back on the motorcycle, but then he's also got his shoulders forwards. And what I'll sort of relate this to is that movement on the motorcycle equals speed. So the more you can move, the quicker you'll go. And the more you're spread out your body is, the more you will be able to move. So I sort of, if you wanted to vision it, if you could put a Bosu ball between you and the motorcycle. So there's a nice big open gap on the inside. That is the correct way to ride it, and Hugh executes it perfectly into each turn. It's a really textbook type of technique. Almost Chase Sexton-esque. He keeps his knees back. You'll notice that Alex is here a little more forward, although he is a taller rider.
I believe a giraffe, as you quoted once before, Kale.
I quickly took that back when I went down to the start gate and seen the size of him. I may have thrown you under the bus there, Robbie.
Not the first time, Carl. It's okay.
Well, I did make it back alive, so I do not regret it. Alrighty. Alex Williams again there on screen.
What bike, if you could pick out there, Carl, out of the 450 or the 252 stroke, what bike would you pick and why?
For this particular track, I'd be inclined to go with the 252 stroke, just because I'm looking at how choppy it is, how rough it is, and I would prefer to have a bike that's a little easier to ride versus one that's got raw power and speed. You'll often find that the extra amount of power on a tight, choppy track like this will actually be a detriment to your riding performance. So you'll want something that's easy to manoeuvre, easy to time, to use rhythm on, and the 450 is notoriously the opposite of that. Whereas the 252 stroke, they're a lot more nimble and just a bit more of a joy to ride, particularly on those technical tracks. So something you'll notice if you watch AMA Supercross or even the AMA Motocross is that the 250 and the 450 times are not too far apart. They're pretty similar. There's just a whole lot higher level of skill to do that pace on a 450. And obviously you've got the start as well.
There we go. Another lap down for Brock Hutchins out in front. Still within 2 seconds of his fastest lap time. The heater he put down before. 3 seconds almost 3 seconds faster than Alex on that lap. And Hugh McKay is starting to wind things up. 2 seconds a lap faster than Alex on that lap, so he is coming.
Awesome view of the back of the track there. See that suspension working overtime now.
Beautiful view there of all the ruts on that inside, showing that this track it's deceiving from up here in the booth, even from up in the camera. You can see that it just looks fine on this angle here, but once you get down on that track, you can see that there's only very limited lines. To make a new one be very, very difficult.
The amount of concentration that you have to use when the track does get this rough, it's can almost be more tiring mentally rather than physically. So if everything goes well, physically it's demanding, but it's not difficult, you would say. But mentally the strain to position your bike perfectly everywhere you go when the track does get this rutted and rough, that will often more so lead to the mistake rather than say my arms got tight and I couldn't hang on. You'll start to not hit your marks, which is a term you'll hear a lot in, say, AMA Supercross. I didn't hit my marks, or I did hit my marks. It's basically just executing exactly what you plan in every turn, every straight, every jump. And that's purely mental, that one.
The one thing from being Tasmania, having raced this track before, at the end of the day, the one thing coming in, as we see Ryan Williams coming through. In a close battle here with Sam Bell, number 3. Is the sun coming down this time of the day? Can you explain this to us, Kale? So when the end of the day comes around, the sun starts to set, you start to get a few shadows on the track.
Yeah, it's a very good point you bring up there. So on each direction, so if you're heading into, don't quote me on this, but I'm going to assume if you head north, you will get the sun. That will be in your eyes, so you definitely do have to play it cautious. So the number one thing that you just cannot go without on a motorcycle is vision. And vision is basically directly linked to speed. I often use the analogy, if you drive along a road and you have full vision, it's easier to do 100 kilometers an hour, but if you bring in some fog and you can't see further than 20 meters ahead, you'll all of a sudden go slow. Now, nothing else changes. The car is the same, the road is the same, but your vision goes, and that determines the pace that you go at. So when you do get a little bit of sun in the eyes, it is very, very difficult to maintain your usual speed. And more often than not, as you see the boys get close there, it will come down to a game of chances. So are you willing to risk it and go that same speed that you had previously, even though your vision's not quite 100%.
Very good there. Sam was very nice to Ryan there. Really could have made Ryan's life quite difficult then.
They're playing friendly at the moment.
Here we go, side by side. Sam has the ideal position on the inside going to that corner. Let's see who emerges first. It is Sam, has taken the inside away from Ryan.
So looking at our lap times here, Hugh just did the quickest lap of his race with 47.5. Brock out in first was a 48.0. Now that's only a 0.5 gain by Hugh, and he does have 15 seconds to make up, so I'm going to almost rule this one as impossible without a mistake from Brock. And we've also got Alex there in second, and he is holding his own. He's doing a fantastic job.
He's certainly turned up the pace a little bit. He's still within a second and a half of his fastest lap, so he's being really consistent. As our camera turns to Brock Hutchins.
Check out those ruts in that corner. That's just a perfectly prepped corner, that one. Whoever did that corner, good job. Have a look at it. Ruts from left to right. Absolutely unreal.
Alex still is on the same straight as Brock in that section.
Yeah, there's a bit of potential here. So in order of speed, Hugh, who was in third, was the quickest. Alex, who was in second, was the second quickest. And Brock, who was winning, was the third quickest of the top three. So the gap did shrink in every way on that last lap. Now we do have about another 10 minutes in total to go. Roughly 5 or 6 laps. Shout out to Jamie Sullivan there again.
See, Hugh still has the same foot position on this bike as he does his bike, his own personal bike. Different bike, same really, really good foot position.
He's certainly not holding back Hugh. You can see he's quite animated. He's putting in the effort. I think if we asked him right now, can you win this race? He would say yes, and I'm going to try. Just by what I'm seeing here.
Back in 2016, 2015, Hugh did a very, very good job coming through the pack. He did have someone he had to deal with almost every weekend to come past. There's always one better starter than him.
And who was that person?
That was the person you're speaking to, Carl. This guy right here.
The one and only. Robbie.
There've been quite a good few starters in my time. There's only 1 or 2 of them I could never get. Brodie Jennings probably being number 1.
Okay. Dylan Leary?
Outside him all day, bro. Shout out to you, Dylan, if you're watching or tuning in.
You weren't saying that off stream.
No, definitely not.
Sorry, I threw you up the grass.
After the second corner, man, he's relatively slippery. He would have been an amazing addition to this weekend. Along with a few other guys out there that may or may not be tuning in. We want you out there.
Definitely.
Brodie Ellis, Wade Kirkland. We want you out there. We want to see you.
Rumour has it, if those 3 boys all jump in, you will too.
That is a rumour.
That is a rumour?
It is a rumour. Have a bike down there on a Yamaha. Can't quite pick the number.
Nice and steady out the front here from Brock. He's looking good, quite controlled. Haven't seen any mistakes at this part. Would seem to have it in the bag, so to speak, barring anything catastrophic.
Hugh McKay is inching up on Alex. Beautiful work by our cameras, like they're listening to us. Nice work by Brock there, picking his way through.
He's very good at finding the smooth lines here, you'll notice. It almost appears as if he's riding a different track, Brock, compared to other bikes on the track. Navigating his way around very well.
All 3 of these guys really tightening that corner up there to open up this here with that main line in that jump. There's Brock Hutchins coming through now into some lap traffic. 3 people ahead.
Now this can get difficult because the first time that lappers will realise they are being lapped is by that first place rider. So they will more often than not hold them up. And I think Brock just made a bit of an off-track excursion there. That may reflect in the lap time this time around, but he will have his work cut out for him to get past these three riders without incident, because they are themselves racing. And until they actually do get passed by that first place rider, they more often than not won't actually know that they are there. And that will hurt the lap time. From that point on, once he does get past, they're aware, and second in place usually get past relatively easily. You can see the gaps tighten here towards the end.
As we go here, another battle on track. Sam Bell has caught Charles Brett in the background as Hugh McKay has inched his way all the way up onto the back of Alex here. Beautiful camera work here. Hugh is there. He's on Alex Williams now. He's looking to make a pass.
He's going to make a pass. Alex knows he's there. And a bit more animation from Alex now.
Alex taking the inside. Very, very smart rider himself.
He will have to ride a little bit defensive here because it is quite clear Hugh is going to try and make the move. He'll more than likely do it up the inside, so you'll notice Alex will start to close all the turns off. And the rider that will benefit from that will be Brock, as he continues to ride all the lines that he wants.
And Hugh has gotten past Alex off camera. Has Alex got any fight left in him to take to Hugh? Both there in the same shot, in the same corner. Alex won't want to give this one up easily. He knows what's at stake.
So we have just ticked the 19-minute mark of the moto, and Brock does have maybe less than a minute lap of the lap to go. So we could potentially see 2 more laps here to go. Hugh McKay is coming on strong. His quickest lap was in lap 7. Whereas everybody else did those earlier than that. So he is getting used to that bike. But it may just be a bit too late.
Hugh McKay was almost 2 seconds faster than Brock on that last lap around. Although the difference being 11.5 seconds, probably too much to overcome now. Hugh McKay is slowly marching away for Alex. This might be the end for Alex as far as second place.
Now, as they run, who will have the overall from the day?
It would appear Brock Hutchins will take the overall if things stay the way they are. Last lap board is out. Brock Hutchins holding steady on an 11-second lead. He only lost half a second to Hugh that time around.
Still looking quite aggressive. I don't think fitness is an issue at all here in this moto for Brock. Charging on. Still pushing through those jumps there. He's having a go.
Beautifully done by Brock. Really good riding. You better watch out next time in case someone doesn't have nice pants and a nice shirt on and has their motorbike gear. First place might not be achievable next time. Brock, runner-up last year in MX1's title. Started this first start to the year strong. The 2-1-1 finish. Take the points lead into round 2. They can just round out a few more corners. And there it is. Race 3, MX1 winner, Brock Hutchins. Good fight from Hugh McKay. On a borrowed bike, First time riding it, most likely. Able to bring it home in second from a come-from-behind finish.
Nicely done.
Third place, Alex Williams, who should take second overall for the day.
Congratulations to Brock.
And here we go.
And they're off. We've got the junior 125s. We are on. Let's go. Who's got the whole shot? Cooper Ford again. He's trying to go what for what? 8 for 8 this weekend?
No, he did miss a race before.
Correct.
Kale.
He did not get the win in that one. What would I do without you, Robbie?
You'd struggle, man, that's for sure.
Certainly wouldn't be calling the action correctly. Oh, a bit of a huckabuck there from number 72. That was Jacob Brewer.
As running order is, it is Cooper Ford, Jacob Brewer, Tyler Cousins, RJ Penny, Brodie Faulkner, top 5. Beautiful shot from our camera from down there on the ground. Oh, look at that. There is action down there on the track. Toby Garwood. And Blake Nettle, 455. Both up and going now. We'll see if there's any more action to follow.
Bit of a buck there by Cooper when he landed off that jump. He is going to have to be careful in this last moto. The most treacherous this track will be now, which is one of the challenges about motocross. The harder the conditions get, the more fatigued you will be. The day starts out quite simple and easy with a flat, smooth track at the start of the day, and you're also quite fresh. Another difficult aspect about motocross is that it often does come down to the very last lap, which is when you are once again the most fatigued, the most worn out, and that then is when you've got to do the best lap. And we did see that from Cooper in that last race of his where he didn't get the win, but he did do his best lap on the last lap of the moto.
A little bit of a kick there from when we did the on-track Dane list. Able to see that there was a kick in that jump, and that's exactly what Cooper Ford hit there.
That is absolutely correct, Robbie. You are all over it.
Like a rash, Carl.
Like a rash. Alrighty. Running order is Cooper Ford, Jacob Brewer, Brodie Faulkner, RJ Penny, Tyler Cousins in 5th, Cooper Hockley in 6th, Paddy Rose, Colby Hampson, Antonio Virgilio, and Jack Wright in 10th.
Good to see them boys get them bikes sorted out, ready for this next race. Cooper Ford still nice amount of style over these jumps.
He has not backed off the whips, although we haven't seen the air thrust yet. And in fact, we haven't seen any air thrusting today at all.
Not yet. These guys really missing that element from their race craft.
This may be your time to shine, Robbie.
Might be my time to bring it out and show these guys how it's really done.
World-class air thrusting.
Can be done. It will be shown.
Now.
Here we go. Jacob Brewer on the gas. 2022 65cc state champion.
Now, how old are these young fellas? What's the maximum age here?
Maximum age here is
16?
13 to under 17 years, so 16 years of age.
And he already works after school at a butcher, so what a good young kid. Must have a good work ethic, good parents.
Really good.
Awesome to see. He also loves his fishing and is good at it, as we noted before, so I love the confidence there. Yeah, bright future for this lad.
Tough economy, Kale. Got to do what you got to do to go racing sometimes.
Catch and dinner. Catch and not release.
$20 is $20, brother.
Well then. Speaking of air thrusting, they're going to be cautious over those bumps now. They're really getting kicked backwards and forwards. They're going to have to maintain a strong posture on the motorcycle.
Yes, through that section, as you can see, it's very, very one line.
It is. So when the track's a lot smoother, you can relax every now and again. You don't have to be so vigilant everywhere you go. But at this point of the day, if you relax for even just half a second, it will bite you. And that's all it takes in motocross. So you do have to remain completely focused. You're just saying Cooper there got a little bit of a kick again, a little bit of an in-swinger. And he's really setting the pace in this one. Cooper, a 50.8 on his last lap. We then got Jacob Brewer at a 53.2. So a little separation of the field. I'm really impressed at how the track's held together today. You can still see moisture almost everywhere you go. A couple up ramps and down ramps are starting to dry out as expected. Just a perfect track prep from the club. Couldn't have been any better.
Yeah, hats off to the club with the job they've done for these guys this weekend. It's a big ask. It's a lot of commitment. It's a lot of volunteer work, a lot of hours that don't get paid for, just for other guys to ride the track. But they have really set the bar high for the Tasmanian State Motocross Championship.
What are the rest of the rounds for the Tassie State titles? They had the Penguin, I believe, next, and on from there.
On from there, on the Penguin next, I do believe. Penguin, Smithton, St Helens. Notable missing from that list is Oatlands. Oatlands are looking to make a big comeback with the Denison boys. Really got the track up to scratch.
Awesome.
They've done major track works going on. As to with Santarina Park, they've reversed the direction of the track, so a lot of these riders will be looking to get there soon to get some practice in. See this new track change that they've laid out.
Oh, you see, just caught the inside foot there. You do have to be cautious of that as the ruts do get deeper. It is more effective to stay on the peg, stand up, but an error of caution is that you do have to make sure your feet don't snag those ruts.
Mine's back up and off.
Cooper forward, picking his way through the ruts.
He's a very crafty young fella, isn't he?
He is. Jacob Brewer, different line, little bit tighter line. Just as smooth, just as effective. A lot of outside lines today, Cale. I was really expecting a lot of inside lines to form up.
I think with those berms, the way they've been built, where a lot of them are quite vertical and steep, they're a little more quicker than what they would usually be. If they were batted off and not as much of a steeper angle, I think riders would be forced to funnel to the inside a bit. But there's a couple there where you can really hook in and carry some speed around. It's also quite fun to do that.
Yeah, as you can see there with Cooper Ford, he was going around that kicker on the jump. He's adapting to the track and the conditions. Very good heads-up riding.
So Cooper's goals for the year. First in the Tassie titles, first in the Victorian titles, top 3 at the Aussies on the 125 and the 250. So he's got quite a full plate this year. Taking on a couple states in the national series. Must have fantastic parents to get him around to all of those events. That'd be almost, let's say, probably 30 weekends of the year, I would imagine, that family will spend at motorcycle tracks, which is incredible commitment and dedication to the sport. But that is something you do have to do at this age. So what you'll usually find is around that 14 to 17-year-old age bracket is where riders will really either decide I'm going all in and I'm going to make it work, or they'll back out and just ride for fun and continue on with their lives. So I think it's pretty clear the direction Cooper is taking here, and with good reason. Current Australian Supercross champion. And considering he's such a little fella, you know that he has a lot of talent and a lot of skill packed in those bones, because he's not getting it done through raw strength. He's doing it by riding the bike correctly, which is a really good sign of future improvement. A lot of potential.
A lot of things that young riders will go through in the following years, as you know, Cale, with puberty, and it's not really talked about a whole lot, but the body changes. A lot's happening. Obviously, going through school, a lot of things at school are changing.
Correct. So a lot of riders will usually have a speed spurt when they have a growth spurt. So if you see a rider that's quite big and bulky as a junior, and they've obviously hit puberty a little bit earlier, they will gain sort of 2 or 3 seconds through that period. And they're obviously racing other kids who may have not gone through that yet. And this isn't so much an indicator of future potential. You're more so looking for the rider that rides correct, has a good family, has the passion, has the dedication, rather than just that outright raw speed as a kid. It's more about the skill and just those basic fundamentals of the riding. I'm sure you might agree, Robbie, but a lot of the riders that did excel as a junior, sometimes more often than not, it was more so about the parents pushing them, and they may have had the best bikes and the best conditions, but what you'll typically find is when they get to 17, 18 years old, they find out about all the other things to do in the world and will usually maybe get burnt out by that point.
Yes, starts to taper down.
Yeah, so it is a balancing act. You do want to push hard with your kids as a junior, but you also don't want to burn them out too early. And there's a lot of notable examples of this, like Jet Lawrence he did perform very well, but they didn't take it overly serious until age sort of 14, 15, and then went all in. Jeremy McGrath is a perfect example, never rode a motocross bike until he was 14. So on and so forth. And then there obviously are exceptions to the rule, where they're all in from a young age. But you do run that risk of burnout. So it is a dancing act on how hard to go, how early.
Absolutely. As we see there at the side of the camera, 2 bikes out of this one. Whether it's fatigue, whether it's a fall off or an issue. No issues for this man out in front though.
No, not at all.
Almost the same line all day. So just having to find a nice, good, smooth rhythm. Still not tripling over this jump though. I know that was something that was high on your list of things to see, Kale.
It was. I may have to gear up and have a go at it a bit later on.
Certainly sitting back here in the commentating booth, you can really see the line that would actually work and really, really question the talent of these riders.
I mean, it certainly looks pretty easy. If you just went around that outside and held it wide, I'm sure you'd get across it.
Australian champion like Cooper, there's probably a really good reason why that hasn't and isn't being done.
Yeah, no, from the booth, it certainly looks doable. So I'll look. There's no comment section here for me to comment away and say I would do it, but I will say it live here on the booth.
That's good.
So yeah, no, there's nothing better than an armchair quarterback, and today that's me.
Yep. That makes 2 of us.
Couple washed up armchair quarterback. Anal snobs.
You speak for yourself, man. Whole shot king of Tasmania, I think's what someone said.
And the rest of the race, what happened?
Usually threw a parachute out after the second corner.
Dropped the anchor.
Most likely. Sometimes there was a lap or 2. But not likely.
As long as you led at some point and you got a photo, I think that's all that matters.
Well, that's all that did matter back then. There were times it went slightly longer than that.
How did your weekend go? Yeah, I was in front.
Yep.
That's all you need to know.
That's right. Sometimes they tell them the truth. It's as simple as being very short.
Selective information, I call it.
Yep.
Just like this weekend, we had Tasmania's best commentary team.
Correct. Maybe by default, maybe we are the only ones, but we are the best.
I'm not aware of any other live streams in Tasmania, but if there is, we would certainly dethrone them on today.
Maybe not from a commentating point of view, but from Hitman Productions, they have done an absolutely sensational job. The camera quality and camera work is really, really good.
Has been a beautiful job. And for those watching, just to give a little bit of insight on the amount of work and effort that goes into this type of production, many days in advance. I'm sure there'll be many more post-event as well, producing the content, many cameras, many individuals. It's a phenomenal effort to get this underway, and I mean, it's gone off pretty flawlessly apart from the subpar commentary, I would say.
Finally, we're something we're able to see eye to eye on.
I've done my best.
As we both have, but is it really enough? Will they call you again? That's to be seen.
There was nobody else in the race, so I technically won. Alrighty, so getting back into the race here, we have Cooper Ford still out in front. He is charging away, 15-second gap over Jacob Brewer. Third, we have Brodie Faulkner, Tyler Cousins, Toby Garwood, Jack Wright, Cooper Hockley, Paddy Rose, Luca Wright, and Blake Nettlefold. Now, I do want to mention Luca Wright. We did assume that was the down rider as he was number 28, but that was actually another rider by the name of Keita Dipero. So we do send our best wishes to Keita. We hope she's okay and doing well. And if we can get an update on that one, we will pass it on.
Right here on screen, Cooper Jenkins, Bikeworks, Team Green, Kawasaki, obviously on the gas. 125 as Kawasaki do not make a 125 anymore.
I'd love to see a James Stewart 259 KX125 out there. At one point, the fastest KX125 in the world.
Correct. I do believe there was one given away by a certain commentator on board here at some point.
I mean, it may have actually came from this part of the world.
Can't see there whether that is a battle for position or not. I do believe so. Cooper Jenkins just got past there by the Husqvarna rider. Tyler Blakely. Good camera work down there on the ground. You can see how rough and bumpy those exits of the berms are. Certainly not smooth sailing.
Yeah, it's really starting to dry out here today, although it did hold shape for quite a while. Obviously, got the rain earlier in the day. But that wind tends to dry the surface out a lot quicker than what it typically would. Although I can confirm it's pretty cold here in Tasmania. That wind will dry the top out pretty quickly. Starting to see that now. But I don't think you could have picked any better conditions for a day like today. Absolutely perfect.
Very, very lucky and quite fortunate that we didn't get any more rain than what we actually did.
It's very rare to not have to water a track during a day of racing. But they managed to get away with that today. Which would suggest absolutely spot on.
So we are 16.5 minutes into this 15-minute race. Last lap board is out.
Quite a long moto for these young fellas.
It is 15 minutes plus a lap, and if that leader does not pass the line over the 15-minute mark, there will be 2 laps remaining. What that means is if Cooper has gone past at 14 minutes 50, he will still have a full lap before he gets the last lap flag. Everyone behind him, 10, 20 seconds behind, still has 2.5 laps to go. And there we have it.
Done deal.
Cooper Ford, Race 3 winner, 3 from 3 from the 125 class.
Congratulations, Cooper.
All comes down to it.
Testing.
65s, and the gates are down. Here we are, and we're on. 65s are out.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, fire up. Who have we got out here in
Number
front?
56 out in front.
56. Let's go. Final race of the day for the young fellas. They've worked hard, they've earned it.
Ash McPherson out in front.
Ash McPherson, go you good thing. Those ruts are almost deeper than the bike there.
Sorry, no. That's the 263 that's come through of Nicola Merchant.
I apologise for listening to my co-analyst here.
May have a transponder issues. That was clearly a 56. Ash McPherson out in front.
Alright, we're going to get a running order here quite shortly. So the kid's starting to spread out a little bit already. Oh, bit of an air wheelie over to jump there. Oh, that was a little bit close for comfort. One rider there had a little bit of an issue. Oh, and he's jumping again. Wow, that was also pretty close for comfort. These kids are not scared. Or maybe I'm just getting a little bit old, but they are going for it.
That was Leyland Myers, 215 on the YZ65, coming up through the pack after a mediocre start. And look at this, too far, all the way up and over the doubles.
That was almost a 3-far. Have a look at that. He's gone from about 5 seconds down all the way up to first place. Impressive.
As we were talking before, that's that big step in puberty and maturity when you coming up through the pack and you do learn to jump these jumps. It does make a big difference.
Until at some point you get old enough, you go, is this worth jumping?
That's right.
It reverts back the other way. Now, I believe Leyland was the winner of our first 2 races.
Yes, come from behind in the second race, even after a fall.
So he's out to go 3 for 3 today.
Unless commentator's curse of Kale brings him undone.
Hopefully his shock bolt is intact.
Let's hope. Let's hope his mechanic's a little bit better than as good as Hugh is a rider.
We will get confirmation on that bolt as soon as we can.
It's not been confirmed or denied whether foul play was any part. There we go, one of our Team Green Bikeworks bikes out there. Oh, have a rider down on the inside back there.
You see a lot of mistakes starting to come through now. That will be half from fatigue, half from the track conditions. It is difficult to navigate a circle like this at any stage of the day. Whether you're feeling good or you're feeling a bit tired.
There we go, number 125 of Lockie Davey.
Lockie Davey.
Now has a big game of catch-up to do. Very big and intimidating track on a 65, these full-size jumps.
Oh, we've got a down rider there.
Another one down there. I dare say they would have cross-rider going up there. That is the 56 of Ash McPherson.
No electric start on the KX65, so we will have to kick it. Ideally, you'll get that bad girl in neutral. It'll be much easier to start. Although he's in a little bit of a downhill. Maybe able to clutch it out. There he goes. Off he is. Back into it.
Heart rate spiked in the last race of the day and ready to rock and roll. Out front still seems to be Leyland Myers. Leyland Myers, hometown of Frankfurt.
Whereabouts is Frankfurt?
Up to the northwest. Oh, he's another one from the northwest coast, a long way away from home.
What's a long way in Tasmanian terms?
Anything more than 2 hours is a long way, man.
Gotcha. How far is it from one side to the other?
Depends how fast you're going, Kale.
Legal.
Legally, 6-7 hours, you probably do the whole state.
Okay, that's a fair while. Can you fly from one side to the other?
I assume you could. I assume you could.
No, I'm not flying over here.
Depends whether you're on your bike, kite bike, or whether you're on your aeroplane or not.
My track record of flying on that and reaching a destination is not too great. Many attempts have been made.
There's all things we can work on, man.
I feel like that distance is a little bit too far to travel. Alrighty, so they are searching absolutely everywhere to find some smooth terrain here.
Oh,
but
another tip
unfortunately
over on that
find it.
inside there.
Do you have a down rider?
Right-hander.
It's claimed a few, that right-hand turn. It's claimed a few.
These ruts are getting deeper and deeper, and these bikes are only small, so it takes a lot of precision. At the end of the day, these kids are getting tired.
This is... Alrighty, so sorry to everyone tuned in. You are now stuck with me as Robbie heads down onto the track. So I'll keep you guys updated. We do have Leyland Myers out in first place. Jack Hughes in second. Noah Williams in third. Nikolai Marchant in fourth. Theo Hall, Henry Hammond, Parker Sullivan, Thomas Scollier, Lockie Davey, and Archie Phillips in 10th. Now, the young fellas have done a fantastic job today, but this one here will be the most difficult of all. As the track gets rougher and rougher as the day goes on, you can see they are taking their time there through the ruts, understandably. Everything looks a lot easier on camera. A lot easier on camera. So as I sit here in the booth, it does look quite fun, but I'm sure if I was out there, I would maybe think different as the ruts and the bumps come at you quite quick. It's been a fantastic day of racing. Track has held up absolutely perfect. You see the young fella there. He's lofting the front wheels over the whoops, which is the ideal way to go through. If you can get your rear wheel to stay in contact with the ground and the front wheel to loft and hit the top of each one, that's perfect. So that is the 444 of Jack Hughes. He's in second place. Second place, sorry. He is 16 seconds down from Leyland. He's got a bit of work to do. Well, I suspect he'll be bringing it home safe today. A good day of racing in the books.
Have you followed his race?
And again, a relatively crash-free day. Apart from our one incident a little bit earlier on with Keita. Geez, you really get a perspective of how rough the track is when you see it up close there with the bikes. Look at the amount of ruts in that back turn on the right-hand side. Crazy. Crazy. A good fundamental technique from that young rider there, number 56. That is Ash McPherson. So ideally, you want to try and space your body out on the motorcycle. Technique on a motorcycle is really no different to just fundamental posture. So all the standard things you do in normal everyday life, you want to do on your motorcycle as well. So having your shoulders back, hips.
All right, guys, sorry to leave you the car for that amount of time. I'll take you out of your suffering. Right here, I have with me Cooper Ford. Coop, well done that last 125 race. That's 3 from 3. This class, however, there seems to be a tie at the top, I believe.
Yeah, good to get the 125 overall for the day, but yeah, just got to focus on this one now, and hopefully I can get a good start and get the win. Plan is not to go down like the last one.
Certainly made it interesting for us up in the booth calling the race. This is a winner-take-all scenario. Cooper Ford or Jed Gray. Any tactics, anything you're going to take into this race? You do have good knowledge of the track being on it last time. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, just trying to get a good start and then just really sprint those first couple laps, try to break a lead, and if I don't get a good start, just get on the back of Jed as quick as I can and just start working him.
He's got a plan, man. Man's got a plan.
Alrighty.
And here I have with me Jed Gray. Jed, we're tied at the top. Cooper said he'll do anything he can to put you on the dirt. What's your reaction?
Yeah, I'll do anything I can to put him on the dirt as well.
Oh, we got some talk here at the top. We are all tied up. What's your strategy going into this last race?
Just get a good start and stay out front.
Here we go. Both boys want to go for that start. It all comes down to this first corner. Nice work, man. And here I have with me Jacob Brewer. Jacob, third in points. You're third. What do you think going into this last race? What's it going to take for you to get up just that little bit further? Do you reckon you've got the start on these boys?
Yeah, I just need to get a good start. It's getting pretty technical out there, so I just need to really focus and try and get it done.
Fantastic. We have a green flag down here, 2 minutes to go. We'll see if we can get Jacob on the go.
Yep. Perfect.
Here we go. We're on the start line down here just before the start of this MX3 final race as we're all tied at the top. Cooper Ford versus Jed Gray. Both boys talk big going into this last thing. 5 second board. Here we go. Jed Gray straight looking over. Cooper Ford has to go wide in this corner. And look at that, they're side by side. Jacob Brewer coming through. Cooper Ford in third. Jed Gray in fourth. Jed got given the rev up. He's been given the rev up. He knows what he needs to do. Jed Gray, he is right behind Cooper Ford. Yep. Here we go. We're over here at the track. Still Jacob Brewer. Cooper Ford has made his way into second. Jed Gray still there in fourth. It is in Coop's hand right now. If things end the way they will, he will be your overall winner of the day as they head through the double section. Back to the middle of the track, who will emerge? Jacob Brewer, Cooper Ford is right there on him. Jed Gray has not been able to make his way. Cheeky look over from Cooper. Jed Gray looking to get up the inside there too. On the third place rider. As they come through, it is Cooper Ford, Jacob Brewer, Jed Gray still there in fourth. Jed can see the guys ahead of him. He knows what he has to do. He needs to get around these guys as quick as he can to stop Cooper from getting away. Here we go, Cooper Ford, Jacob Brewer, Jed Gray in fourth. One of the Barber boys coming through now. Here we go, guys. We're at the same corners where we did our track analyst before. As you can see, when Cooper Ford went through that time, everyone here is trying to avoid this braking bump on the track. Everyone is trying to avoid this. They know it's going to kick the bike out sideways. There are lines brewing in this corner. We have a tight inside. We have our main line, which filters out right onto this kicker here. We're trying to go either side of that bump.
Alrighty. Some fantastic trackside reporting there from one Robbie Nee, and he did highlight the rivalry between Jed and Cooper. Now, I did get a bit of inside information earlier on, and there is a little bit of tension there that you could cut with a knife between the two of them. No love lost, we'll say. But all is well and good in competition. So we do have Jed charging from the back, but it would seem that Cooper has he's laid down the gauntlet here. He is long gone. He's not mucking about. And a little pep talk there from Robbie on the start gate didn't quite give Jed the fire up he needed. Now he is putting in an exceptional race regardless, but it looks like Cooper is going to take this one home. Now we do have the result of this race riding on the overall as well. So a fantastic execution by Cooper, and it should not be much of a surprise. Being a Australian Supercross champion, that does come with a lot of pressure, securing a result like that. And when you do step down to, say, a state title event from a national event, it does become a little bit easier to execute when you have had that national level experience. So from there, we have Cooper in first. We've got Jed Gray in second. He's 5 seconds behind, and his last lap was 2 seconds slower. We've then got Brodie Faulkner in third, Jacob Brewer, Angus Barber, Lewis Hewitt, Cooper Wavell, Toby Garwood, Charlie Hancock, and Matthew Lilly rounding out the top 10. Now we'll keep an eye on the lap times between Cooper and Jed, and we'll see if Jed can do anything about this gap that Cooper has already built up. You can see him there in the background. He is hunting. Now the pace of the two of these boys isn't too far apart. They are somewhat similar, but it would appear that Cooper has got the upper hand on him here. And I just must make an apology to everybody. We do have Robbie back on the mic.
Yes, I am back. Really sorry to disappoint everyone.
Hey, you did do a fantastic job there down on track. That was a nice little jab there to fire the boys up. I did like that.
I think they have I think it's all fired them up, and
That's
I know
good.
they come through hard in that first corner.
Let's hope we get a bit of action here soon. Maybe a mistake out of Cooper will tighten things up. And at this point, he has got the upper hand.
Running order of Cooper Ford. Jed Gray has found his way into second place. Brodie Faulkner, Jacob Brewer, Angus Barber, top 5.
Now, I'm just so impressed with Cooper's line choice on the track. You'll notice he's so often right on the edge there, finding that smooth terrain, getting the traction, dodging the bumps, and it's quite impressive to see. Cutting down early there. See, once again, he's on a part of the track that nobody has been on all day long, which means he'll be hitting the smooth lines. Okay, we've got Jacob Brewer coming across the line. He ran a 1:56.8. For comparison, we do have Cooper Ford at a 1:50.0. Jed was a 1:51.6, so 1.6 seconds slower. Cooper's lead is increasing.
Exactly what Cooper wanted, and absolute opposite of what Jed wanted.
Especially after what you said to him.
Especially after giving him a quick little bit of a rev up.
Very good. I did get inside word that there was maybe some protest lodged last year between the two of them.
Okay.
There's a little bit of bad blood, yes.
A little bit of sauciness between the two.
Yes, maybe a takeout at one point or another.
Where your heart on your sleeve and passion is always will be there in motorsports. Motocross is no exception.
As long as they leave it on track, all is well and good.
That's right. Bit like what happens in the booth stays in the booth, tale.
Apparently.
I won't tell if you don't.
Definitely what was happening earlier, nobody will know. What that was, we will leave to your imagination.
Unless there is enough positive criticism going forward and we're able to bring this commentary to more rounds of the Tasmanian State Series. It's up to you guys at home. Get on the phone, put out your positive comments if you like this, if you want to see a return, if you want to see just one of us return. I have a feeling you all want me to return, and Kale, however, I'm not so sure.
Well, look, Robbie, I'm just going off the track analyst, and I mean, I ate some dirt.
You actually ate some dirt?
I actually ate some dirt, so I feel like I did what I had to do for those at home.
Really put your body on the line for the job.
I can still taste it. I can still taste it.
They did say to us off camera that we weren't allowed to ride, so Carl, admitting defeat early on, decided to eat some dirt manually instead of off a rear wheel, whatever bike they gave me.
Instead of getting roasted. I mean, claiming your whole shot record, I would have got roosted for about one corner before I did make the pass, so that is true.
Where there's really something at stake here, so I reckon I would have made 3 corners.
3 corners.
Right to that rut section through there, and I reckon I would have fallen off and then just defeat by default.
Nice little pre-jump over that bump.
Almost identical lap times that time from Cooper Ford and Jed Gray. That's Jed's fastest lap of the race.
We'd love to see just 2 good laps out of Jed here. Would bring it in tight, and it would put the pressure on Cooper. So as we round out the day's racing, we do have a couple more left, but this is the 125 class, final race of the day, and it will appear that Cooper is going to take home the overall. Who's that good-looking rooster on the right-hand side there?
I think that would be you, Kale, actually.
I was looking at you.
You.
Alrighty, guys. Not sure what we're commentating on here. Maybe your good hair. Certainly not mine. And back. Oh.
Jump out the deck or the outro.
Okay.
Just to like off.
Yep.
But really push. Hope that you guys up there behind this. Also, if you want to stream the rest of the series, that's the whole point. Yep. Try and push this, head over 5,000. Yep. Day.
They're really good.
So, it's that. Everyone that it's obviously popular because everyone's tuning in.
Cool. Done deal. Yeah, just send it out.
So it's a flag. Just
last race we streamed.
So just when you see the flag, wrap up the campaign. Yep. Let's tell each other. We'll see you out on the
Right, guys, we're here, we're back. Oh, Cooper Ford, shake of the head. Is there a mechanical here at stake? Jed Gray is still there in second place.
What have we got? What are the lap times telling us? Still a 7-second gap between Cooper and Jed, although they are nearing the end of this lap, so we'll see if we can get an update here. Cooper is through at a 152.3. Not a bad lap time. About on par with what he's been doing previously. And a 153.1 from Jed. So a little bit of a buffer there again.
We are almost 12 minutes into this race, just under.
And we do just want to say a thank you to everybody that has tuned in. We have had word that we've had over 5,000 live viewers throughout the day, which is absolutely fantastic. And based off any other motorcycling events, live streaming events, this is probably one of the highest of all time. Now, I'm sure that's got absolutely nothing to do with you and I, Robbie, and it would likely be higher if we weren't on it. But a shout out to Hitman Productions for putting this together and everybody that has tuned in. Absolutely sensational.
Have to agree to disagree there, Kale. I feel as though me and you have really pushed this thing forward. We've done a fantastic job in this guy's opinion. However, it's really nice there from Cooper
Nice.
Ford. Really has been a hitman production. Really hit it out of the park with camera quality, camera switching over, the effort they've went to. Absolutely sensational job they have done.
It has made our job quite easy to not have to fill dead air of a paddock. It's always been bikes on the track. A couple little images of us here and there. We do have heads for radio, we can confirm.
And we do apologise for that too.
We did request that we would not be seen on camera. But
We wouldn't do it to you guys at home.
we had your best interest at heart. And back to the action here. I'm sure the main reason people have been tuning in is to watch these whips of Cooper Ford, because he is throwing it left and right over almost every jump. The word is likely spread.
Beautiful inside line there by Jed Gray.
Now it's a little bit of a defeating position Jed is in here. We know he wanted the win. It's apparent that he did not have the speed in this moto to get the win. And from that point on, you're right at home. But I would say he'll probably likely be a little bit disappointed after this moto, but that is all good.
Slightly faster than Cooper on that lap. However, they're still eight seconds apart.
This is only one race of many. I'm sure these two will go head to head in. There is always another chance. Just more motivation to work harder during the week. Maybe he can get some start tips off Tasmania's best starter.
Well, he certainly needed it in that race, Cale.
Robbie Nee.
He did not quite cut the mustard in that race. Fourth place start really isn't what Jed Gray needed to really bring this thing home.
So here from the booth, what would you have done different?
Absolutely everything different. I would have been out front. That would have been the goal.
Yeah.
End of the day, I would have lined up to the inside of my main competition. A few secrets out of the bag. A few lucky people at home.
Yep. We might have to scrub that one from the live stream records. That information could be sold for a valuable amount of money, I would no doubt.
Absolutely.
Did you laugh at my penultimate
Alrighty, and this is our last race we will be streaming today, ladies and gentlemen. We will have a little bit of an outro here in a minute after the completion of this race. As it would appear, there is still more than 2 laps to go. Oh, no, we're about to get our last lap board.
We just have ticked over the 15-minute mark of this race. And yes, we are on the last lap. A lot of guys happy to see this flag.
What about you, Robbie? How's the commentating fatigue setting in? You feeling good? You happy with your performance? Another Red Bull?
Happy and ready to rock and roll for another 3 rounds.
We're good to go? All right.
Not one to give dietary information, but there are ways you can perk yourself up. Heart rate well over 120 beats a minute every time you touch me leg. Give you guys an idea at home what my heart rate has been most of this day. It has been around the 130, 140 mark. The rest is up to your imagination.
The heart rate I can confirm. Anything else other than that will be kept in the booth.
As a trade secret.
As a trade secret.
There we go. Nice stuff, Cooper Ford.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Hey, could you just get your hand off that, please, mate?
Yep, certainly.
Sweet, mate.
Sorry.
Thanks. All good. All right.
I'm only sort of sorry. They felt good for me.
That's just get your hand out of that packet of chips is what I meant.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Other hand in that spot's all good.
What one? Well, anyway, back to the action.
Last lap round.
We got there in number 114, taking the sneaky line up the left-hand side of the tabletop. Although not the desirable option at this point of the day, you can get away with that, especially if you're letting the leader go by. You must not gain an advantage off the track. And Cooper, he's confident. He's up on the pegs. Not a drama.
There we go.
And a done deal.
Cooper Ford seals the deal. Brodie Faulkner coming through now. Seal off 3rd place.
He may not have won the race, but he did win a 110. So who is the real winner of the weekend? He's up for debate. I'm not sure what the prize money is here at the Tasmanian State Titles. And we'll be back in 1 second.
They're going to talk a fair bit.
Righto guys, we're back after a quick mic technicality. Round 1 of the Tasmanian State Motocross Championships done and dusted. Been a big day, been a lot of fun here in the booth with a bit of banter back and forth, calling some races. Kale, what are your thoughts on how everything went down?
Fantastic day, mate. Happy as to come down here and commentate on the action. I want to give a massive shout out to Hitman Productions, Motorcycling Tasmania, the Cambridge Club, to have something of this level, of this professionalism and the amount of viewers that it had. I believe over 5,000 viewers today alone is pretty sensational. So in terms of live sporting events, to have that at a motocross event, and albeit in Tassie as well, is next to none. And the things you can do with those sorts of numbers, speaking from personal experience, is really cool. So I really do genuinely hope that the powers that be make the most of this opportunity in terms of the exposure and what it can do for the sport. And hats off to everybody that's gone out of their way to make it happen this first time, and I hope to see it happen again. Bloody unreal day. What's your thoughts, mate?
Awesome, thank you very much for that. It's been great up here in the booth. Really big shout out to Hitman Productions yet again, and Motorcycling Tasmania for allowing us and the team to get in here and do this. We'd love to come back and do this again. If we can get the support behind it, if we can get the numbers into the live stream, maybe watching some production, we'd love to be back and do this again. What about you in terms of racing today, Kale? Cooper Ford coming through almost every race in the bag.
Yeah, it's fantastic racing, mate. It's to consider that Cooper is the #1 Supercross rider in Australia. Being able to see him out here in person at Tasmania, I can see exactly why. Fantastic over the jumps. He did have some stiff competition from Jed and the other fellas though. I've got to say probably MX1 was my favourite. A bit of a spanner in the works there of Hugh's alleged bolt snapping, whether it was loose or not, we haven't determined yet. But that was a very cool, a good race, and I really enjoyed it, mate. The atmosphere here in Tasmania is fantastic. It's a bit more of a community vibe, and it's cool to see it get that exposure. If there's anybody out there that is interested in motorcycles, I highly recommend you come and get amongst it. Nobody here will be leaving with a bad taste in their mouth. Everybody's enjoyed it. It's been a ton of fun, and I'm just happy to see this amount of eyeballs on the sport. As we mentioned, well over 5,000 viewers, which is incredible. You can do a lot with that, so I really hope it's taken advantage of.
That's great. What do we think on the Hugh McKay bolt snapping saga? Do we think there was any foul play at stake? We haven't really got to the bottom of this yet, and our investigation team hasn't turned up anything as yet.
It's a little bit curious when we see the bolt snap and then we see his main competitor in his toolbox with the spanners in hand that would fit that bolt. So we are going to do a bit of investigation, so look for a part 2. We will do some digging. I think you and I are going to go back to the motel first, and then we'll do a bit of investigation. What's your thoughts?
I think we have a few things to settle in the motel room behind closed doors, and other than that, I think there's investigation work that we need to get into. So if you like this kind of content, if you're happy with what you've seen so far, there might have to be a part 2 on the investigation side of things.